Chapter 1047. Give me a price. I want your earth flame. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of arrogance in his indifferent tone. A trace of blazing aura surrounded his body, burning everything in its path, making Chun Zong's mouth dry. Chun Zong was meditating in the pavilion when someone came knocking on his door. Surprisingly, it was the powerful genius from the central region who could control flames. Standing in front of him, Chun Zong could feel the pressure emitted by the other party. It was extremely shocking. That day, when he had saved Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai, he had used the power of purple cloud true flame to kill the scarlet evil ghost. This scene had been seen by others and had immediately made him a target. For example, the thin young man, surnamed Mao, and the Central Territory genius, who could control powerful flames in front of him. Perhaps there were other people who coveted his earth flame. I'm also very interested in your earth flame. Chun Zong stared at the other party fearlessly and said unhurriedly. The other party was indeed very strong, and his aura was also very tyrannical, but it was not enough to shake him. Moreover, should he give in just because the other party was stronger than him? No, when he was weaker than the other party, Chun Zong would choose to escape if he had a chance. But if there was no chance to escape, he would fight with all his strength. He would never compromise. I admire your backbone, but do you really think you can be safe and sound just because of the rules of ancient War City? The other party smiled faintly, and his eyes seemed to spurt out flames, burning Chun Zong to ashes. I'll give you some time to think it over. Next time, give me an accurate answer. Saying so, the other party turned and left. Staring at the other party's back, Chun Zong's sense of urgency grew stronger. Geniuses from the top lower territory were not weak, and some of them could already pose a threat to him. As for geniuses from the central territory, their cultivation and strength were even more terrifying. They were not people he could compete with at present. Thinking about it carefully, Chun Zong was horrified. The thin young man, surnamed Mao, and the young man who had just controlled the flames were both less than 24 years old, but both of them had already reached the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm. If they were in Blue Wave's world, they would be early heavenly profound realm masters. A 20-something-year-old sky profound realm expert. This should have never appeared in Blue Wave's world. No, there was one, and that was Emperor Li Tian. However, Emperor Li Tian was not a normal cultivator, so the situation was different. If the central region's geniuses are like this, what about the upper region's geniuses? Chun Zong could not help but have a thought. Both the cultivation environment and the succession in the upper district were better than those in the middle district. Therefore, the cultivators in the upper district as a whole would be better than those in the middle district, with more geniuses and outstanding talents. If someone had told Chun Zong that someone in the upper province had reached the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm before the age of 24, Chun Zong would not have doubted it. Pressure. An unprecedentedly powerful pressure descended upon Chun Zong, causing him to almost be unable to breathe. At the same time, an indescribable fighting spirit emerged from the depths of his heart. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation, and only when there was a goal could one move forward. Returning to his room, Chun Zong began cultivating again. Now that he had entered ancient Lai War City, Chun Zong did not know when the people from the Shang sect would arrive, but he was not in a hurry, because the people from the Shang sect would come sooner or later. So, he would take advantage of this period to improve his cultivation and strength as much as possible. Currently, Chun Zong's cultivation was his shortcoming, but this shortcoming could be slowly made up for with hard work. Another shortcoming was the level of his cultivation method and martial arts, which could not be made up for in a short period of time. He would need more advanced cultivation methods and martial arts. In addition to improving his cultivation as much as possible, Chun Zong also comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra, which was his foundation. In addition, Chun Zong also tried to comprehend the fire attribute's transcendent secret force. The comprehension of transcendent secret forces was not based on imagination, but on a corresponding basis. For example, the Heart Sword force was cultivated through the heart change, and the premise was one's essence, qi, and soul. For example, The Azure Cloud Force was comprehended through the Azure Cloud Sky technique. Therefore, Chunzong wanted to comprehend the fire attribute's transcendent secret force, and he used the purple cloud true flame as a primer. Another idea was to comprehend the fire attribute's transcendent secret force with the purple cloud true flame as a primer, and perhaps it would be more compatible with the purple cloud true flame. However, as soon as Chunzong tried to comprehend it, he found that it was very difficult. Perhaps if he had not mastered the Heart Sword Force and the Azure Cloud Force, the difficulty of comprehending the transcendent secret force through the purple cloud true flame would be much lower. However, in a situation where he already had two transcendent secret forces, the comprehension of the third transcendent secret force would be affected by the other two transcendent secret forces, and he would be heavily hindered. A mountain could not accommodate two tigers, and the principle was the same. A transcendent secret force was like a fierce tiger, and its body was like a mountain. If a fierce tiger occupied a mountain, it could not accommodate a second fierce tiger. If other fierce tigers wanted to come to the mountain, it was tantamount to invading, and they would be intercepted. Chunzong now had two transcendent secret forces, and it was like a mountain with two fierce tigers occupying it. If a third fierce tiger wanted to enter the mountain, it would inevitably be intercepted and attacked by the other two tigers. However, Chunzong also believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would definitely be able to comprehend the third transcendent secret force. It was only a matter of time. The door was knocked, and a voice came in. "Brother Chun, if you're done cultivating, come and drink. I'll introduce you to my senior and junior brothers." Besides cultivating, Chunzong did not forget to rest. He drank wine and enjoyed delicious food with Wu Lingkong. In this ancient war city, the restaurants had long been abandoned, so there was no food to be found. However, Chunzong and Wu Lingkong both had some food in their storage rings, enough for the two of them to eat for a while. After a few breaths of time, Chunzong opened the door and walked out. This pavilion was neither big nor small. Only Chunzong and Wu Lingkong lived in it. The place where they drank wine was in the lobby. When Chunzong and Wu Lingkong arrived, three people were sitting at a table in the lobby. Feeling the aura, the three turned their heads and looked over. Their gazes passed Wu Lingkong and focused on Chunzong. Their gazes were curious and also scrutinizing. "Brother Chun, let me introduce you." Wu Lingkong smiled and reached out to a young man with a square face. "He is our great Heavenly Thunder Gate's senior brother Lei Zheng. She is third junior sister Jiang Hongling, and he is fourth junior brother Lei Feiming. Senior brother, junior sister, junior brother, this is my sworn friend, Chunzong." After Wu Lingkong finished introducing his fellow disciples, he introduced Chunzong to his fellow disciples. The word sworn friend made Wu Lingkong's fellow disciples' faces change slightly. They were all shocked. Chunzong's expression also changed. He was touched. Sworn friend. This was not a joke. What was a sworn friend? It was a life and death trust. I know junior brother Wu's character very well. To be called a sworn friend by him, you are the first. I wonder where Brother Chen is from? Lei Zheng's eyes stared at Chunzong. There was a trace of lightning in his eyes as he spoke very directly. "Senior brother Lei, I am from the Floating Clouds Territory's Blue Cloud sect." Chunzong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. Since Wu Lingkong regarded him as a friend who had gone through life and death, it was reasonable for him to address his senior brother as senior brother. "I know about the Floating Clouds Territory. It is ranked at the bottom of the 36 lower territories. However, I have never heard of the Blue Cloud sect." Wu Lingkong's fourth junior brother, Lei Feiming, spoke first. "Could it be that the Floating Clouds Palace has been replaced by the Blue Cloud sect?" "No, the Floating Clouds Palace is still in charge of the Floating Clouds Territory. The Blue Cloud sect is only a 4-star force," Chunzong said with a smile. His tone was neither too high nor too low. He did not feel embarrassed because he was from the Blue Cloud sect. 4-star force. Lei Zheng and the other two were startled at first. Then, their faces slightly changed and their eyes changed. "Junior brother Wu, when making friends, you have to pay attention. Don't treat every little thing as a sworn friend." Lei Zheng no longer paid attention to Chunzong and instead said to Wu Lingkong. The meaning behind his words could be understood as long as one wasn't a fool. Wu Lingkong's face suddenly changed and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Eldest senior brother is right. Second senior brother, I know your character. You have very few friends. Perhaps this person has shown you some kindness, causing you to misunderstand, but think about it carefully. He is just a disciple from a 4-star force in a low-level lower territory. What qualifications does he have? If Lei Zhang's words were a bit tactful, then Lei Feiming's words were very direct, without any trace of politeness. For junior brother, apologize to my friend Chunzong. Hearing this, Wu Lingkong's face suddenly became cold, and his eyes became sharp as he stared at Lei Feiming. In an instant, Lei Feiming felt an indescribable pressure. Second senior brother, did I say something wrong? Lei Feiming was surprised by Wu Lingkong's current cultivation and refuted while resisting. Second junior brother, don't stand in the wrong place. Lei Zhang also released his aura, which fell on Wu Lingkong's body. Surprisingly, he had also reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Brother Wu, I'll take my leave first. Chunzong suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Wu Lingkong. The other party was Wu Lingkong's senior brother and junior brother. Chunzong was not willing to have any conflict with them and put Wu Lingkong in a difficult position. This was something a true friend should take into consideration. However, Chunzong also had his own principles and bottom line. Insulting and looking down on him was not enough to touch his bottom line. In addition, taking a step back, even if they fought, Chunzong wasn't confident he could defeat Wu Lingkong, especially Wu Lingkong's senior brother, Lei Zhang, who was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer and wasn't any weaker than Wu Lingkong. Brother Chun, you go back first. I'll look for you later. Wu Lingkong had an apologetic look in his eyes. He had introduced them to each other out of goodwill, hoping that his fellow disciples would get to know Chunzong and become friends. Unfortunately, things did not develop as he had expected. Lei Zhang and the others coldly watched Chunzong leave, neither urging him to stay nor stopping him. In their opinion, a mere disciple from a low-level lower province's 4-star force was not worth mentioning at all. Faintly, Chunzong could hear the argument between Wu Lingkong and his senior brother. Chunzong inhaled a deep breath of air. Soon after, he slowly exhaled. His expression was dark and cold. Such contempt annoyed Chunzong. Chapter 1048. Junior Martial Brother Wu, you've always been a maverick in the sect. But if the sect leader knows that you're treating a disciple from a low-level sect in the lower province as a good friend, I'm afraid he'll be very disappointed. Lei Zhang coldly stared at Wu Lingkong. His tone was cold, as if he really represented the elders of the great heavenly thunder sect. Take note, Chunzong is my best friend, Wu Lingkong repeated. He no longer paid attention to Lei Zhang and the others. He turned around and strode away. Jiang Hongling, who had been silent all this time, had a complicated expression. Her red lips moved as she was about to call out to Wu Lingkong. However, a tall figure blocked her line of sight. It was Lei Zhang. Junior Martial Brother Wu, I'll report your matter to the higher-ups. Lei Zhang's eyes flashed with a strange light. He immediately said to Wu Lingkong's back. Wu Lingkong ignored him. Just as Lei Zhang said, Wu Lingkong had always been a maverick in the great heavenly thunder sect. Since that was the case, why would he worry about Lei Zhang reporting it? Seeing Wu Lingkong ignoring him, Lei Zhang's expression turned cold. He waved his hand, and the table shattered. The dishes on it were all crushed into powder. Let's go. Lei Zhang angrily snorted. His tall figure stirred up a gust of wind as he strode away. A trace of helplessness appeared on Jiang Hongling's pretty face. This was the scene she didn't want to see the most. Lei Feiming curled his lips and also left. He had long disliked this second senior martial brother of his. Relying on his talent, he acted alone and didn't put them in his eyes. Brother Chun, I'm really sorry. Wu Lingkong found Chunzong with an apologetic face. No need to take it to heart. Chunzong faintly smiled. Wu Lingkong had good intentions. However, some people didn't accept his good intentions and thought they were better than others. They looked down on Chunzong, who came from a humble background. It had nothing to do with Wu Lingkong. Exhaling heavily, Wu Lingkong nodded. Soon after, he waved his hand and took out 2 bottles of fine wine. He handed 1 bottle to Chenzong and began to drink it. As they drank, the 2 of them chatted, exchanging their cultivation experiences and corroborating each other. When night fell, Chenzong would also stay on the city wall for a while to see if there were any scarlet demons. If there were, and they were not far from the battle, Chenzong would hunt them down and obtain the Scarlet Soul Crystal. Of course, Chenzong would be very careful to avoid being targeted. Therefore, Chenzong would choose a different section of the city wall every time. Ligu War City was huge, and Chenzong had never encountered any danger. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Chenzong was cultivating in his room when suddenly, a strong heaven and earth yuan qi swept out from the center of the ancient war city like a gale, sweeping out in all directions. This sudden burst of rich heaven and earth yuan qi shocked Chenzong and everyone else in Ligu War City. One by one, they stopped what they were doing and looked towards the place where the heaven and earth yuan qi fluctuations were coming from. At the center of Ligu War City, a wave of heaven and earth yuan qi rose into the sky like a beacon fire, extremely eye-catching. Then, a rumbling sound rang out and the entire war city began to shake. Chenzong rushed out of his room. Wu Lingkong also rushed out of his room. Many cultivators also rushed out of their rooms. Using their movement techniques, they quickly flew towards the source of the fluctuation. The closer they got, the stronger the heaven and earth yuan qi fluctuations became, and the more obvious the ground shook. The yuan qi smoke was at least 10 meters wide, like a white pillar that shot straight into the sky. What is it? Is it some kind of heaven and earth treasure? From several thousand meters away, they stared at the origin energy smoke and guessed what it was. The closer they got, the greater the pressure they felt. The yuan qi smoke suddenly expanded to 100 meters, and a shadow slowly emerged from the ground in the midst of the yuan qi smoke. One could vaguely make out that it was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was huge. The shaking of War City lasted for several dozen breaths, and the impact of the heaven and earth yuan qi also lasted for several dozen breaths before gradually weakening. After about 20 breaths of time, all the shaking stopped, and the astonishing world's origin qi also dissipated. Everyone stared at the stone tablet in front of them with wide eyes. The stone tablet was 30 meters tall and was completely black. It was thick and heavy, and it emitted a cold aura like that of iron and blood. It made people feel cold all over and their limbs go numb as soon as they got close to it. What is that thing? A stone tablet, what is its use? Just as everyone was puzzled, a line of golden text appeared on the black stone tablet, allowing everyone to understand the name and purpose of the stone tablet. Iron Battle Tablet. Its purpose was to test a cultivator's attack power. In other words, if a cultivator attacked the battle tablet would rank the cultivator according to their attack power. There were only 100 spots. There were also some more detailed rules, such as the division of attack power. A battle tablet to test attack power. Interesting. Let me try first. Suddenly, a person leaped up and flew through the air at an astonishing speed, landing in front of the Iron Battle Monument about 10 meters away. Everyone's eyes fell on that person. That person stood still, as if he was thinking about something. After a dozen breaths, he raised his right hand. His palm was like a knife, and his spiritual energy surged. His palm chopped down, turning into a dazzling knife light that slashed towards Taijian Bay. The cultivation displayed by this person was at the mid-stage Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, and the seemingly casual saber light contained astonishing power. The moment the dazzling saber light hit the Iron Battle Tablet, it shattered into countless light dots. Then, a line of golden text appeared on the Iron Battle Tablet. High Wind Lower District, Mountain Stream Saber Sect, Hiruian. Attack Power, 7 stars. The text that appeared before the Iron Battle Tablet mentioned the division of attack power according to the stars, but what level 6.5 stars was, no one knew. The person who attacked was slightly startled, but after thinking for a few breaths, he attacked again. This time, He didn't do it casually. Instead, he gathered his strength and grasped the saber at his waist with his right hand. The aura of a mid-stage, transcendent realm's sixth layer erupted from his body in an instant, and with a shake of his right arm, he unsheathed his saber. Saber light flashed, cutting through water. A dazzling saber light nearly 10 meters long streaked across the sky with astonishing sharpness. Man and saber became one, crossing 10 meters in an instant, and with an indomitable momentum, the saber light fiercely slashed at the iron battle tablet. A dull momentum surged and layers of ripples spread out from the iron battle tablet. The saber light dissipated, and the person who attacked was sent flying backwards. High Wind Lower District, Mountain Stream Saber Sect, Heruian. Attack Power, 9 stars. A casual attack without using a spirit artifact had a 7-star attack power, while a tyrannical attack with a spirit artifact and martial skill had a 9-star attack power. Comparing the aura and power fluctuations of the person who attacked before and after, the crowd gradually understood the difference between star attack power and attack power. Heruian stared at the two words 9 stars, seemingly hesitating whether to attack again because the saber strike just now wasn't his full strength. After hesitating for a moment, he temporarily gave up on the idea of attacking again. After Heruian left, a line of golden words appeared on the iron battle tablet. Heruian, attack power, 9 stars. High Wind Lower District, Mountain Stream Saber Sect. His name and origin of attack power were clear at a glance. Staring at the words on the iron battle tablet, the others were also tempted. Immediately after, a second person leapt out and landed in front of the iron battle tablet, also pausing for a dozen breaths before attacking. Spirit energy surged from this person's body as his aura erupted, the peak of the transcendent realm, 5th layer. Clenching his fist, it was as if he was squeezing the air, and a dense brown spirit energy instantly filled his fist. Asterisk calm. Asterisk a punch broke through the air, shaking the earth and the mountains. This punch seemed to be able to shatter the iron battle tablet. However, the moment the punch hit the iron battle tablet remained motionless like a mountain. The fist energy was shattered, and ripples spread out. The iron battle tablet also showed the person's name and origin. Attack power, 6 stars. The person frowned and was very dissatisfied with his attack power. He stepped back, gathered his strength, and with a roar, threw out another punch. This punch looked even more imposing, as if it was even more tyrannical. With a bang, the fist energy was shattered again, and ripples spread out. Attack power, 6 stars. Perhaps the power of this punch was relatively stronger than the previous one, but it was not enough. Therefore, the evaluation was still 6 stars, not 6.5 or 7 stars. The person's name and other information immediately appeared in the second column on the iron battle tablet. Then, a third person went to try one after another. Chen Zong and Wu Lingkong were not in a hurry, and they watched first. As more and more people took the test, more and more names and information appeared on the iron battle tablet. Not long after, there were more than 20 names. However, the one ranked first was still Heruian, with an 8-star attack power. And the more people took the test, the more people understood the star attack power. My attack power should be above 6 stars. Reaching 6.5 stars shouldn't be a problem. Shenzong secretly thought. As for whether it could reach 7 stars, he would have to try it himself to know. Wu Lingkong also estimated his attack power star level. After watching for a while, some people began to leave. Chen Zong and Wu Lingkong also left and returned to their rooms to continue cultivating. The iron battle tablet had just appeared, and there were many people who were interested in it. Each of them wanted to take the test. Instead of waiting, it was better to wait for a period of time and let most people take the test. Moreover, Chen Zong, Wu Lingkong, and some others were not willing to show their skills in front of everyone. As night fell, the number of people taking the test gradually decreased until there was no one left. After all, there were only a total of 800 people who arrived at Ancient War City this time. Deep in the night, a figure streaked across the night sky at an astonishing speed, flashing a red light and landing in front of the iron battle tablet. If Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong saw it, they would realize that this person was the Central Region genius who used the powerful flame. His eyes seemed to be burning with red flames as he stared at the pitch-black iron battle tablet. He felt the cold aura spread in all directions, and the corner of his mouth curled up, showing a disdainful smile. Chapter 1049. Brother Chun, how about we also take the test? Late at night, Wu Lingkong's voice came from outside the door. Good. Chun Zong opened the door and walked out. The two immediately used their movement skills and quickly flew towards the center of War City. When Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong approached, they saw a wisp of blazing flames flickering past, and then it was extinguished. When the two of them arrived, there was no one there, and only the remnant fluctuations of a blazing aura proved that not long ago, someone had come here to test their offensive strength. Brother Chun, look, Wu Lingkong pointed to the top of the iron battle steel and said solemnly. Chun Zong also looked up, and his pupils shrank. The first column on the iron battle steel was no longer He Ruian's name, but a brand new one. Lu Yinji, attack power, 13 stars. Heavy Nether Central Territory 6-star force. Bright Flame Palace, Lu Yinji. Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong exchanged a glance and combined the remnant heat fluctuations. A figure appeared in their minds at the same time. It's him. Chun Zong was somewhat certain that this was the person who had asked him to sell the Purple Cloud True Flame, the terrifying early-stage Transcendent Realm 7th Layer genius. The other party's attack power had actually reached 13 stars, which was undoubtedly astonishing. However, what surprised Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong was that this person actually came from a 6-star force, not a 7-star force like they had guessed. In fact, this was something that Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong did not understand. Although there were no clear rules in the Upper Territory's great sects, the Central Territory 7-star forces did not allow their disciples to enter the blazing ancient battlefield and participate in the selection. Because in any case, a 7-star force had already entered the ranks of great sects and had its own dignity and face. If their disciples participated in the selection, where would they place their own sect? Perhaps a 7-star force in the Upper Territory was stronger than a 7-star force in the Central Territory, but in any case, they were still 7-star forces. Therefore, even if someone from the 12 Middle Territories entered the blazing ancient battlefield to participate, the strongest would only be a 6-star force's disciple. However, there was a clear difference between the 6-star forces of the Central Region and the 6-star forces of the Lower Region. The Central Region's cultivation environment was better, and other factors made the 6-star forces of the Central Region stronger than the 6-star forces of the Lower Region. For example, the Great Heavenly Thunder Sect, which was one of the top 6-star forces in the 36 lower regions, could only be considered average in the 12 middle regions. There were many forces that were stronger than it. However, the difference between a 6-star force and a 7-star force was very obvious. This Lu Yinji was so tyrannical, yet he came from a 6-star force. This made Chun Zong and Wu Lingkong feel even more pressure. Brother Chun, I'll go first. Wu Lingkong took a deep breath as a strand of fighting spirit surged out from within his heart and rose in high spirits. Chun Zong retreated, leaving enough space for Wu Lingkong. Wu Lingkong stared at the steel battle monument. The dark night was unable to cover it. His right hand landed on the saber hilt as his aura spread out. The 6 spiritual wheels in his body revolved, and a shocking amount of spiritual energy and extraordinary mystic power gushed out. With a swish, a black saber light tore through the night and slashed at the steel battle monument at an astonishing speed. A light and dull sound rang out as the black saber light shattered and blended into the night. With a flash of golden light, words appeared. The attack power of Wu Lingkong's saber had reached the 8-star level. An 8-star level attack was inferior to He Ruian's. One had to know that Wu Lingkong's cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, which was even higher than He Ruian's. However, the saber attack just now was just a test. Wu Lingkong's true strength would be revealed next. With a loud bang, an extremely tyrannical aura burst out from Wu Lingkong's body. His 6 spiritual wheels pushed to their full strength as his spiritual energy surged out without reservation. Black lightning directly covered the long saber, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions, causing Chunzong's expression to change slightly. Heavenly thunder slash. Holding the saber with both hands, Wu Lingkong erupted with all his strength. Accompanied by a deep roar, his aura became even more astonishing as he slashed out. The black lightning was even darker than the night sky, tearing the night sky apart with unparalleled speed. With a loud bang, a dull sound wave rolled out, mixed with layers of ripples, wreaking havoc in all directions. Even so, the steel battle monument remained motionless, as majestic as a mountain, as if it had merged with the entire ancient war city. With a flash of golden light, words appeared. Attack power, 10 stars. 10 stars, one more than Hiruian, but the difference of 1 star was very obvious. In fact, a difference of half a star was quite obvious, let alone a difference of 1 star. Having personally fought twice, Wu Lingkong was even more aware of the difference between each star level. Therefore, when he saw Liu Yinji's attack power of 13 stars, he felt an indescribable pressure, almost suffocating him. With a difference of 3 stars, Liu Yinji could easily kill him. However, Wu Lingkong did not feel discouraged because of this. On the contrary, his heart was aroused with an even stronger fighting spirit. There were more geniuses among geniuses, and more powerful among the powerful. No one was truly invincible. Everything was relative. Only by sticking to one's heart and working hard could one continuously surpass and finally reach the peak. Calming down, Wu Lingkong retreated to one side, giving Chunzong the space. Chunzong stepped out, stopping about 10 meters away from the steel battle monument. His eyes stared at the monument. Suddenly, Chunzong felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between him and the steel battle monument. Vaguely, there was a thought reminding him to report his name, origin, and other information. Chunzong did not open his mouth, but reported his name and origin with his thoughts. After reporting, another thought came, asking Chunzong to make a move to test his attack power. Without drawing his sword, he only used his fingers as a sword to slash. A green sword light tore through the night sky, striking the steel battle monument. The sword light shattered, and the golden words appeared. 5 stars. Chunzong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He did not draw his sword, nor did he use all of his spiritual power. He only used most of his spiritual power, so 5 stars was normal. Then, Chunzong pulled out his sword, and the 5 spiritual wheels in his body revolved at full speed. The azure cloud power, mixed with his spiritual chi, was completely mobilized, and 100% burst out, surging into the profound light sword. The profound light sword's power was completely aroused. The azure cloud force filled the sky, and the green sword light pierced through the air, striking the steel battle monument again. The sword light shattered. Attack power, 6 stars. Azure cloud absolution. Chunzong attacked for the 3rd time, and this time his sword was even more powerful. Attack power, 6.5 stars. Half-star improvement. Chunzong muttered to himself, comparing. An attack that used 70% of the azure cloud force was 5 stars, while an attack that used the dark light sword and 100% of the azure cloud force was 6 stars. The attack power of the azure cloud absolution was 6.5 stars. Chunzong calculated in his mind. However, 6.5 stars was not Chunzong's maximum attack power. He attacked again, and this time, Chunzong changed the azure cloud force to the heart sword force. The heart sword force was much stronger than the azure cloud force. First strike, azure cloud absolution. This sword strike was faster and stronger. The sword light dispersed, and the golden words appeared again. Attack power, 6.5 stars. Chunzong frowned slightly. He was sure that the power of this strike was stronger than the previous one, but it was still judged as 6.5 stars. In other words, as long as it was not 7 stars, it would be judged as 6.5 stars. It did not matter if it was 6.5 stars or very close to 7 stars. There were already 100 names on the steel battle monument. Wu Lingkong's 10 stars was ranked 2nd, and the first was naturally the 13 stars Liu Yenji. Hiruian was pushed to the third place. As for the last place, his attack power was 7 stars. In other words, Chunzong's 6.5 stars was not even on the list. Although he was not sure what the purpose of the Steel Battle Monument was, he guessed that it was not just a test of attack power. Perhaps it was also a method of identification by the upper district sections. Therefore, being in the top 100 of the Steel Battle Monument might be beneficial. With that thought, Chunzong prepared to attack with all his might. 100% Spiritual Energy, Azure Cloud Force, Heart Sword Force, 100% Dragon Energy, Dark Light Sword Force. It could be said that other than the power of the Purple Cloud True Flame, Chunzong used all of his power. Furthermore, this sword was directly slashed out, approaching the Iron Battle Tablet, and using close-range combat methods to attack the Iron Battle Tablet. Only in close combat could part of the Dragon Energy's power be unleashed, and the power of his strike would be even stronger. Slash! This strike caused Wu Lingkong to squint his eyes, and he was surprised. The sword light dispersed, and a strong rebounding force caused the dark light sword to tremble. Wu Lingkong was also sent flying for more than 10 meters. Golden words appeared. Attack power, 7.5 stars. 7.5 stars. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. If combined with the power of the Purple Cloud True Flame, it should be able to reach 8 stars. One had to know that Chunzong's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Transcendent 5th layer, and his secret art was only at the Spirit grade low rank, while his martial arts were only at the Spirit grade mid rank. Whether it was his cultivation, secret art, or martial art, in everyone's opinion, he was at the bottom of the middle class. After all, even the weakest disciple from the 36 lower and 12 middle fields was at least 5 stars. Only Chunzong had a 4-star background. A 4-star forces disciple who cultivated a spirit grade low-rank secret art and martial art was only at the late stage of the Transcendent 5th layer, yet he could display an attack power of 7.5 stars. What if he cultivated a spirit grade high-rank secret art and martial art? What if his cultivation was at the Transcendent 6th layer? Wu Lingkong thought about it carefully and felt a chill run down his spine. If that was the case, Chunzong's attack power would not be a problem for him to reach 10 stars, perhaps even surpassing his own. A 7.5-star attack power caused Chunzong's name to flicker and appear on the Iron Battle Steel, ranking 87th. As for the name at the bottom, it was pushed out and disappeared. However, there were still some people who had not participated in the test, and even those who had participated in the test, whether they had used their full strength or not was still unknown. But since his name was already on the Iron Battle Steel, Chunzong decided to leave it at that for the time being. If the attack power of the Purple Cloud True Flame is expected to reach 8 stars, then what if I use the Blue Cloud Shatter? Chunzong suddenly had a thought. Suddenly, Chunzong had an impulse to try and see how many stars the attack power of the Blue Cloud Shatter could reach. But soon he suppressed this impulse. Chapter 10:50. The appearance of the Iron Battle Tablet made everyone feel curious, especially the division of attack power. It was even more interesting. The first day had the most people testing their attack power. Late at night, there were only a few people testing their attack power, such as Liu Yenji, Wu Lingkong, and Chunzong. The night passed, and the day arrived. More people came to the Iron Battle Tablet to prepare for the test. Before the test, they looked at the 100 names on the Iron Battle Tablet to see if there were any changes compared to yesterday. Liu Yenji, attack power of 13 stars. One by one, they stared at the top of the Iron Battle Tablet and exclaimed. 13-star attack power was undoubtedly very strong, and it was frightening. After the shock, everyone's gaze fell on the second name, Wu Lingkong, attack power of 10 stars. 10 stars. Lei Zheng's eyes hardened as he laughed coldly. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted. His voice was filled with shock. Instantly, everyone's gazes swept across and landed on a list of names. Lei Zheng, Lei Feiming, and the others also looked at the name. Their pupils shrunk, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Chunzong, Attack power of 7.5 stars. Floating cloud lower regions 4-star force. Blue cloud sect. How is this possible? Impossible. How can a 4-star force's disciple come here? I can't believe it. Floating cloud region is the weakest among the 36 lower regions. I only know of floating cloud palace. What is blue cloud sect? I have never heard of it. It's fake. It must be fake. Those who have tested the iron battle tablet know that before the test, they have to leave their own information. This person called Chun Zong must have lied about his background to please the crowd. No one believed that a 4-star force's disciple from a low-level lower region could pass through the ancient battlefield and enter the ancient war city. No one believed that he could leave his name on the iron battle tablet. Attack power of 7.5 stars had surpassed many people, and they were all from 5-star forces. It's true. Facing the doubts of the crowd, a roar sounded, and everyone's gaze was attracted. In an instant, Qi Jiuqian felt his body sink. It was as if there was a great weight pressing down on him, trying to crush him to death. In the floating clouds territory, his cultivation was considered very good, enough to be ranked among the elders of the sect. However, in this place, such a cultivation was nothing at all. It was too ordinary, and there were many people who were stronger than him. Shenzong is indeed from a 4-star sect, Blue Cloud sect. Under the invisible pressure, Qi Jiuqian braced himself and emphasized. What proof do you have? A transcendent realm, 5th layer sneered. My name is Qi Jiuqian. Qi Jiuqian, Red Dragon sect. Qi Jiuqian said confidently. My name is Qi Longhai, from Floating Cloud Region's 5-star force, Myriad Water Temple. I also testify that Chun Zong is indeed from the 4-star force, Blue Cloud sect. Qi Longhai stepped out from the other side and said loudly, My name is Zhua Tianyun, a disciple of Floating Cloud Region's 6-star force, Floating Cloud Palace. I also testify that Chun Zong is from Blue Cloud sect, and Blue Cloud sect is a 4-star force. Another one-armed man stepped out and said in a firm tone, My name is Fan Fei Yu, a disciple of Floating Cloud Region's 6-star force, Floating Cloud Palace. I also testify. Lai Jingyu, a disciple of Floating Cloud Region's 6-star force, Floating Cloud Palace. Chun Zong is indeed from Blue Cloud sect. One proof after another. Everyone couldn't help but believe. However, there were still some people who didn't believe it. After all, it was too shocking, or perhaps they already believed it, but were unwilling to admit it. In any case, Chun Zong's name left a deep impression on everyone. It wasn't that this name was special, but the difference between his background and the attack power he displayed was too great. Get out of my way. A tyrannical and overbearing voice rang out. Following that, a terrifying aura rushed over like a violent dragon. It was extremely powerful, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. They only felt that their bodies were directly impacted, and they could not resist it and were forced to retreat to the left and right. A figure exuding an astonishing aura, red with a tinge of gold, appeared, exuding an astonishing domineering aura. In the blink of an eye, this figure appeared in front of the iron battle steel, about 10 meters away, stopping for a dozen breaths of time. Those who had tested the iron battle steel before knew that this person was communicating with it and leaving a message. After the communication was completed, this person immediately erupted with an extremely shocking aura, causing the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change greatly. They only felt that the aura was like a landslide, crushing down and suffocating them. It was as if their bodies were being suppressed by an invisible mountain, making it difficult for them to move. 7th layer, transcendent realm. Peak. Everyone was inexplicably horrified. This kind of cultivation made everyone feel despair. An extremely tyrannical aura soared into the sky like a raging storm. Immediately afterwards, this person waved his right hand, and a ball of lightning shot out, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, releasing a burst of ear-piercing crackling sounds as a terrifying aura spread out. This was a weapon with a somewhat strange appearance, resembling a sword yet not a sword, or a saber yet not a saber, or rather, It looked like a sharp sword or a straight saber. A grade 5 spirit artifact. Some of the more knowledgeable people stared at this long saber in shock. Spirit artifacts were divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. In the 36 lower territories, grade 4 spirit artifacts were considered very high-grade spirit artifacts, not to mention grade 5 spirit artifacts. Even in the 12 middle territories, grade 5 spirit artifacts were definitely not bad and had a very high value. With a grade 5 spirit artifact in hand and a tyrannical peak 7th layer transcendent realm cultivation, this person's aura became even more powerful and astonishing. Soon after, bolts of golden lightning appeared from within his body. The crackling sounds were incomparably dazzling, and the light was also incomparably dazzling. World Force, a peak 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator, a grade 5 spirit artifact, and a master of world force. No matter which one it was a shocking sight to behold, and for all three to appear on the same person was even more shocking. Absolute lightning. Mountain-splitting style. His voice was vast and mighty, like the roar of heavenly thunder, causing one's blood and spirit wheels to tremble. All the strength in this person's body surged like a violent tide, pouring into the long saber in a strange way. Lita slashed out with his saber, tearing the void apart. Slash! The golden lightning saber light was incomparably dazzling, seemingly shattering the void in front of it, giving everyone a feeling that this saber strike could shatter the iron battle monument. In front of this saber strike, no one present could resist. Even the slightest contact would result in their death, and even the slightest ripple would cause them to shatter. Terrifying beyond compare. Everyone also stared with wide eyes, waiting to see how this saber strike would turn out. With a boom, the iron battle monument did not move at all. The blade light shattered and turned into layers of shocking lightning waves that rolled out. When it swept past the crowd, it made their bodies feel heavy and numb, as if they were being torn apart. Golden light appeared on the iron battle monument, and large words appeared. Thousand Thunder Mid-Region Rogue Cultivator. Lu Iju Attack Power. 15 stars. The last 3 words simply blinded everyone's eyes, and they couldn't believe it. 15 stars. 15 stars. Lu Ijue stared at the golden words and suddenly burst into laughter, incomparably arrogant. A rogue cultivator. How is this possible? The shock was even greater than when they saw Chun Zong's news. The Thousand Thunder Mid-Region was one of the 12 mid-regions, and there was nothing strange about that. What was strange and shocking was the other party's background. A rogue cultivator. What was a rogue cultivator? Cultivators who didn't join any force were called rogue cultivators. One of the advantages of rogue cultivators was freedom. They could go wherever they wanted and do whatever they wanted without being bound by the rules of a force. But this was only in theory. Many times, rogue cultivators couldn't go anywhere and do whatever they wanted because they didn't have enough strength. The vast majority of cultivators didn't want to be rogue cultivators because rogue cultivators meant that cultivation resources were scarce, secret arts and martial arts were inferior, and they didn't even have any secret techniques. In short, compared to the people of a force, rogue cultivators were a group of struggling cultivators at the bottom. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There were some rogue cultivators who were doing well, but they were only a minority, a very small portion. A peak 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator with a 5th grade spirit artifact and a world force. Some people would believe that he was a rogue cultivator, but if the premise was that he was less than 24 years old, it was unbelievable. Why is it impossible? I'm a rogue cultivator. As if hearing the doubts of the crowd, Lu Iju coldly said, and while his tone was cold, it seemed to contain a trace of pride. Lu Ijue, you traitor, you shameless traitor. A voice filled with anger rang out like a cold wind, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably as a chill assaulted their bodies. When Lu Ijue heard this voice, his originally wild smile suddenly froze, and his expression changed greatly. A tall figure wearing a light blue silk robe and carrying a sword on her back appeared in front of everyone. She strode over, her long hair fluttering behind her head. Her delicate, white, jade-like face was covered with frost, and under her long and curved eyelashes, her bright and beautiful eyes were like flawless gems, filled with anger. A terrifying aura surrounded her, creating an extremely strong pressure that made people involuntarily retreat. Senior sister, you really don't want to give up chasing me. Have you really fallen in love with me? Lu Ijue said frivolously. Lu Ijue, you betrayed your sect and attacked your fellow disciples. I won't let you off. The woman glared at Lu Ijue, but a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Senior sister Yunyinxin, I'm right here. Come on, make your move. Lu Ijue opened his hands, tilted his head, and said frivolously, making Yunyinxin so angry that she almost broke her silver teeth. Not making a move? You don't dare to make a move. Since that's the case, I'm leaving. Lu Ijue smiled and retreated a few steps under Yunyinxin's angry eyes. He turned around and left, leaving behind an arrogant back view. Yunyinxin glared at Lu Ijue's arrogant back view. She resisted the urge to draw her sword and gradually calmed down the anger in her heart. It's not that she didn't dare, but that she couldn't. Lu Ijue was very strong, and Yunyinxin didn't have much confidence in killing him. Once she made a move here, the consequences would be unpredictable. Wait for a better opportunity. Yunyinxin stared at the iron battle monument. After a dozen breaths, the anger that she had just suppressed surged out in an instant. A tyrannical aura surged, cutting the surroundings like wind blades. She unsheathed her long sword, and a touch of green light that looked like it was made of divine gold instantly slashed out. In an instant, a green sword light tore through the sky and condensed into a sword light that was more than 10 meters long, directly slashing at the Iron Battle Monument. Thousand Thunder Central Region's 7-star power, Yunyinxin of Thunderwind Sect. Chapter 1051. Lu Ijue, Attack, 15 stars. Thousand Thunder Mid-Region's Loose Cultivator Yunyinxin. Attack, 15 stars. Thousand Thunder Mid-Region's 7-star Faction. Great Wind and Thunder Sect, these two names left a deep impression in everyone's mind, as if they were branded unforgettable. However, everyone knew that Lu Ijue wasn't really a loose cultivator. He was originally a disciple of the Great Wind and Thunder Sect, but for some unknown reason, he betrayed the sect and became a loose cultivator now. The names on the Iron Battle Steel changed every day, but after the first two names appeared, there was no change, unshakable. Lu Yinji fell to the 5th place, and the 3rd place was occupied by a female cultivator called Xia Shui. She came from the Sunset Snow Mid-Region, one of the 12 middle regions, and was a disciple of a peak 6-star faction, Shuangjue Valley. Her body refinement cultivation was astonishing, and she was an expert in fist and leg techniques. Her attack power had reached an astonishing 14 stars. The 4th place was occupied by a male cultivator called Chui Mo. He came from the Heavenly Wings Mid-Region, one of the 12 middle regions, and was a disciple of a peak 6-star faction, Thousand-Year Dragon City. He was also an expert in fist techniques and possessed an extraordinary bloodline. His attack power was 13.5 stars. The 5th place was Lu Yinji. As for the 6th place, his attack power was also 13 stars. It could be said that the top 10 had at least 12 stars in attack power. The attack power of the 11th to 20th place ranged from 10 stars to 12 stars. Wu Lingkong's 10 stars attack power was pushed back again and finally fell to the 23rd place. Wu Lingkong, who was at the peak of the 6th layer, was ranked 23rd in attack power, which undoubtedly surprised Chinzong. He thought that he would at least be in the top 20. Wu Lingkong was also surprised, but he was also very excited. Wu Lingkong's senior brother, Lei Zheng, was ranked 26th, but his attack power was also 10 stars. Although they were all in the same star rank, there was still a difference between high and low. It was just that there was no specific indication. It could be that one had just reached 10 stars, or it could be close to 10.5 stars. The changes on the Iron Battle Steel caused Chunzong's name to be squeezed out after a few days. because now the 100th place at the bottom had an attack power of 8 stars. Furthermore, if one were to look carefully, one would discover that 70% of the 100 names on the Iron Battle Steel were occupied by people from the 12 middle regions. The remaining 30% were practically all from the 36 lower regions that were comparatively stronger. Those cultivators who were ranked in the middle or lower in the 36 lower districts were not qualified to be on the list at all. Of course, for the sake of being able to enter the rankings, many people had already gone all out. In fact, they had even completely used their secret techniques in order to obtain the qualifications to enter the rankings. However, there are also people who were unable to enter the top 100 even after using their secret techniques. Secret method. Shenzong fell into deep thought. Secret techniques could be said to be one of his shortcomings. Shenzong had tested the power of the second-grade secret technique, Clear Sky Shattering Sword Chi, on the Iron Battle Tablet. Its attack power had reached the 6-star level. Without a powerful secret technique to enhance his strength, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, and his cultivation was only at the Spirit-grade low-rank Clear Sky Filling Art. Even if he cultivated this secret technique to the highest level, he wouldn't be able to do much. As for his most powerful sword art, it was the Azure Cloud Sky Sword Art that he had upgraded to the Spirit level mid-grade, but it was also very limited. This was a kind of helplessness. Shenzong firmly believed that in terms of talent, he was definitely not inferior to most of the people on the Iron Battle Tablet. In fact, he might even be comparable to the top 10, but unfortunately his background was far inferior to theirs. His secret arts, martial arts, secret techniques, and other resources could not compare to theirs. No matter how good one's talent was, if one did not have a high enough level of secret arts and martial arts, it would be difficult to develop. Good talent and good secret arts and martial arts were two sides of the same coin. For example, if you gave a chef with extraordinary culinary skills a few strands of wild grass, would you expect him to cook some exotic delicacies? High sect. These two words took root and grew in Shenzong's heart. The high sect was an opportunity for him to further improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. Pressure would be transformed into motivation, and in an invisible way, Shenzong's cultivation seemed to have sped up. Every time night fell, Shenzong would find another city wall to see if there were any scarlet evil spirits, and then decide whether to hunt them down. During this time, Shenzong would also go to the Iron Battle Tablet in the middle of the night and use the power of the Purple Cloud True Flame to attack. Unfortunately, he still did not make it onto the Iron Battle Tablet. Perhaps he had just reached the level of 8-star and was not even the 100th on the Iron Battle Tablet. In a flash, time flew, and a month had passed since Shenzong entered Ligu War City. In the room, the purple flame spread all over his body, burning fiercely, and the surrounding air seemed to be ignited as well. The shockingly high temperature filled the entire spacious room, causing the wooden walls, windows, and wooden doors to become even drier. There was a faint trace of blackness spreading, as if it would burn at any time. The purple flame suddenly trembled, as if it had become even more blazing, and Shenzong's aura also became stronger. Peak level, 3 Dragon Power Realm. Compared to a month ago, he had improved by a small level, but this small improvement did not increase Shenzong's strength by much. Everyone in Ligu War City now gather at the Iron Battle Tablet. Shenzong didn't even have the time to carefully feel his enhanced body refinement cultivation when a vigorous voice seemed to ring directly in his ear. However, it didn't bring any negative influence to people, such as disturbing people who were cultivating. It was like waking up naturally from a sleep, and it was enough to show that the person who spoke was skilled. Could it be? Shenzong's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and there was a trace of indescribable excitement. Rushing out of the door, he instantly met up with Wu Lingkong and immediately used his movement technique and quickly rushed towards the Iron Battle Tablet. More than 800 people, each and every one of them was very fast, not willing to be left behind, because everyone guessed one thing, and they all felt excited excited from the bottom of their hearts. When more than 800 people all gathered around the iron battle tablet, at a glance, it was also a black mass, and waves of tyrannical aura spread out from everyone's body, stirring up the wind and clouds. However, other than these people, there was no one else to be seen, and that was the person who spoke for everyone to gather. A blazing gaze fell on him, as if wanting to burn him to ashes, and at the same time, a gloomy gaze fell on him, as if wanting to freeze him. Chunzong did not need to turn his head, and he knew who was staring at him. One of them was Lu Yenji. Previously, he had asked Chunzong to set a prize for the purple cloud true flame, but Chunzong had rejected him. After that, Lu Yenji had come looking for Chunzong again. He had threatened Chunzong, but Chunzong had still rejected him. The other was a genius from a 6-star force in the central region, the young man surnamed Mao Yiming, who directly asked him to give up the purple cloud true flame and scarlet soul crystal. After being rejected by Chunzong, these two people naturally bore a grudge against Chunzong. A sudden change occurred. A few hundred meters above the iron battle tablet, a buzzing sound shook the heavens and earth, causing everyone to tremble. Looking up, they saw a dot of white light appear, and it was expanding at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the white light expanded to 10 meters in radius, and it still did not stop. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 100 meters. It did not stop until it had expanded to 100 meters, and the edges were constantly rotating like a saw. A powerful aura gradually spread out from the 100-meter white light. It was an extremely pure and vigorous chi of heaven and earth, and it made everyone excited. Such pure and vigorous chi of heaven and earth. The upper region. That side is definitely connected to the upper region. The geniuses in the central region kept exclaiming, "Are the people from the upper sex finally coming?" 10 figures gradually appeared from the white light. They seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, they were descending so quickly that it was hard for people to see their figures clearly, and they had already landed on the ground. The 100-meter white light was still there, and it was constantly rotating, but the rotation speed had decreased a lot, and no other figures appeared. 10 completely different figures hovered in the air, scattered in the surroundings. Every single one of them emanated waves of extremely mysterious fluctuations that drew everyone over. Hong Long Long, Ligu War City shook, only to see the 10 figures standing in the air below. The ground split open. The buildings also rose up. The ground under the people's feet also seemed to be arranged. One after another moved towards the center. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In just a few dozen breaths, everything in front of them changed drastically. 10 palaces of different shapes appeared in the surroundings, and the 10 people hovering in the air descended together, standing on the high platform in front of the palaces. In the middle of the 10 palaces was a circular platform that was 1,000 meters wide. A stone tablet rose in front of each palace, and 3 of them were 9 meters tall, while the other 7 were 8 meters tall. 5 Ultimate Sky Palace, Taiyan Mountain, Mysterious Sky Ancient Palace. The 3 9-meter tall stone tablets were engraved with words, and they were emitting different mysterious auras. For example, the words 5 Ultimate Sky Palace were emitting 5 different auras, and they were all very mysterious. The words Taiyan Mountain were also emitting an ancient and vigorous aura. On the other hand, the words Mysterious Sky Ancient Palace were suffused with a profound, ancient, and perfectly round aura fluctuation. The other 7 8-meter tall stone tablets represented the forces: Big Dipper Overlord Sect, 7 Flames Glazed Palace, Giant Soul Heavenly Sect, White Cloud Mountain, Dark Sun Moon Palace, Ethereal Heavenly Palace, and Absolute Refining Sect. Everyone memorized the names of the 10 forces, but they were also guessing the difference between the 3 9-meter tall stone tablets and the 7 8-meter tall stone tablets. Was it the difference in the level of the forces? For example, the 3 9-meter tall stone tablets represented a 9-star force, and the forces represented by the 7 8-meter tall stone steels were 8-star forces. Yes or no. No one dared to make a conclusion, but it seemed to be possible after thinking about it. 8-star force. 9-star force. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing quickened, and they were very excited. Among the 12 middle regions, there were naturally 8-star forces, but there were very few of them. Only the stronger 6 middle regions had an 8-star force each, and the other 6 middle regions were led by 7-star forces. What was their purpose in entering the ancient battlefield and risking their lives to come to ancient War City? It was none other than the High Sects. What was a High Sect? 7-star, 8-star, and even 9-star forces. Chapter 1052. More than 800 people stood around the iron battle steel and scanned the 10 palaces around them. The 10 figures on top of the 10 palaces were also sizing up the 800 people. The fierce ancient war city's disciple selection will be conducted by the 3 9-star sects and 7 8-star sects in the Sky Pillar upper region. A vigorous voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone quickly realized that it was the same voice that had asked them to gather around the iron battle steel. Soon after, everyone understood that the people on top of the 10 palaces were the 3 9-star sects and the 7 8-star sects in the Sky Pillar upper region. It seemed like the one with the 9-meter stone steel was a 9-star sect, and the 8-meter stone steel represented an 8-star sect. Their guess was correct. The 9-star sect, 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace, is divided into martial extinction, sword extinction, saber extinction, chi extinction, and body extinction. That vigorous voice rang out once again, slowly narrating. The voice carried a peculiar rhythm, causing one to be unable to help but listen attentively. Every word was clearly taken into one's ears and memorized in one's mind. The voice first gave a simple introduction of the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace to let everyone have a preliminary understanding of the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace. Then, it introduced the Taiyan Mountain and the mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace. The 3 9-star sects each had their own specialties and mysteries. After the introduction of the 3 9-star sects, it was the turn of the 7 8-star sects. For example, the Big Dipper tyrannical sect's biggest specialty was its cultivation of astral force. Its astral force was unparalleled, and its power was shocking in head-on combat. The sect was especially good at opening and closing martial arts. For example, the 7 Flames Glazed Palace's cultivation technique and martial arts were related to fire. Moreover, the palace had 7 types of unique fire origins. For example, the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect was a powerful sect that focused on body refinement. Their body refinement was unparalleled and their physique was shocking. As the vigorous voice slowly introduced the 9-star sects, everyone seemed to see a door that was slowly opening. Behind the door was a more powerful world that they yearned for. The eyes of the 800 people lit up. At the same time, the 3 people from the 3 9-star forces kept looking at the figure on top of the white Cloud Mountain Palace. Their eyes were filled with doubt. "Senior, you don't like to meddle in things. Why did you come here this time?" asked the people from Taiyan Mountain. "I don't know. Rumor has it that this senior does things according to his own preferences." The person from the mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace was a woman. Her voice was gentle and contained a mysterious meaning. "Whatever purpose he has for coming here, it has nothing to do with us," the people from the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace said coldly. The disciples of the 3 Great 9-star sect and the 7 Great 8-star sect are divided into the inner and outer sections. The outer sect disciples are divided into the mortal rank, earth rank, heaven rank. As for the inner sect disciples, there was no introduction. Most likely, the 800 people here did not need to know much about them, and also did not think that any of them had the qualifications to become an inner sect disciple. The 100 people whose names are on the Iron Battle Tablet have the right to choose. You can choose to join one of the top 10 sect and become its disciple. But remember, the 3 9-star forces can only provide 10 free spots. The remaining 70 people can choose to join any of the 7 Great 8-star forces. There is no limit to the number of people who can join. As for those who were not on the iron battle tablet, the voice paused, but it made everyone nervous. Shinzong also did not know that it would be like this. Otherwise, he would have used all his strength to use the Gray Cloud Smash to get his name on the iron battle tablet and get the right to choose. The reason why he did not use the Gray Cloud Smash at that time was because he had a thought. The Gray Cloud Smash was very strong, but he had not really grasped it. Every time he used it, he needed time to gather his strength before he could use it. Once he used it, he would use up all of his strength. The use of martial arts could not be separated from one's body and the circulation of strength. The circulation of strength was especially important. The higher the level of martial arts, the more mysterious and complicated the circulation of strength would be. Therefore, it would take a longer time. If there was not enough of it, or if one did not completely grasp it, it would take some time to achieve it. Moreover, it could not be interrupted. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and it might even cause the strength to become chaotic and injure oneself. If one was not proficient enough in a martial art, it could not be used as a normal battle method. Therefore, it could not be included in one's strength. After all, in a battle, no one would give you a chance to slowly gather your strength and use it to display a tyrannical attack. In a battle between experts, a moment was enough to decide life and death. Based on this point, Chunzong did not plan to use the Gray Cloud Smash to attack the Iron Battle Tablet to test his attack power. He did not expect that such a selection rule would appear. It was completely unexpected. After all, 8-star and 9-star forces were extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, they should be the ones choosing, not the ones being chosen. Since things had come to this, no one could be blamed. They could only see if there were other opportunities. You all have the same chance to become disciples of the 7 major 8-star sect and even the 3 major 9-star sect disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, most of the people's tensed nerves relaxed slightly. There was a chance, but it did not mean it was absolute. It was only a possibility, but at least it was a possibility. It was better than no possibility. The 100 people on the Iron Battle Tablet will choose first. Starting from the first place, the others will be announced later. The first place was Lu Yijue, who had 15-star battle strength and came from the 7-star sect of the Thousand Thunder region, but had betrayed the sect and called himself a loose cultivator. Of course, the people of the top 10 sect were not aware of this. I choose the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace, Lu Yijue said clearly without hesitation. Without a doubt, a 9-star sect was stronger than an 8-star sect. With the opportunity to choose first, he would naturally choose the 3 major 9-star sect. Only a fool would lower the standard. The voice's introduction just now allowed everyone to have some understanding of the top 10 sect. Lu Yijue had already calculated clearly in his mind which 9-star sect he would choose. Of the 3 major 9-star sect, the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace was undoubtedly more suitable for him. Approved. The people of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace immediately waved their hands, and a stream of light flew towards Lu Yijue. Lu Yijue caught it, and the light dissipated, turning into a pentagonal black token. Come here. Lu Yijue smiled, and a smug look flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he landed in the small palace of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, with an indescribable sense of superiority. The second was Yunyanshin, a genius of the Central region who also had a 15-star attack power. He came from the 7-star sect of the Great Wind and Thunder sect. Therefore, the people of the top 10 sects were curious and paid attention to him. After all, they knew the mentality of the 7-star and 8-star forces of the Central region. In their eyes, it was a kind of pride that could not be shown in public. I choose the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. Yunyanshin stared at Lu Yijue with anger and killing intent. Lu Yijue was stunned. Not allowed. The people of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace suddenly said, and everyone was stunned. Even Yunyanshin was the same. Lu Yijue had a 15-star attack power and was ranked first, so he was allowed to choose the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. Although Yunyanshin was ranked second, He also had a 15-star attack power and was rejected. It was unimaginable. Could it be that the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace only recruited one person? Union Shin's face turned pale, and he quickly looked at Tai Yin Mountain and Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace. You don't have to choose Tai Yin Mountain. I won't allow it. The people of Tai Yin Mountain said directly. Little girl, you may have good talent, but since the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace and Tai Yin Mountain have rejected you, my Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace will not accept you. The woman from the Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace said slowly. For a moment, everyone was silent. The 3 9-star forces had rejected Union Shin. This was completely unexpected. Is it because of the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace's rejection that caused Tai Yin Mountain and Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace to reject him? Shenzong could not help but guess secretly. This kind of situation was possible. The 3 9-star forces would definitely compete with each other. If they accepted a person who was rejected by the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace, wouldn't it make them feel like they were being questioned? It was like two people who did not get along. One threw away something, and the other picked it up and used it. They would be mocked by the other for being inferior. Unless Union Shin could show better talent and ability. Or maybe it's because he came from a 7-star force. Shenzong guessed again. However, only the person from the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace knew the truth. Union Shin, I know you want to enter the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace because of me. Unfortunately, your motive is not pure, and you are not qualified. Lu Ijue's frivolous voice sounded again. Union Shin was disappointed. Being rejected by the 3 9-star forces was a big blow. She was once a genius in the Thunder and Wind sect, but she was very disappointed. Little girl, if you want to practice the sword, why don't you come to my White Cloud Mountain? Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the palace of White Cloud Mountain smiled. His voice was as gentle as the spring breeze and as elegant as the clouds. It was like a clear spring that flowed into Union Shin's heart and took away her disappointment. Thank you for your kindness. I am willing to join White Cloud Mountain. Union Shin bowed to the middle-aged man of Baiyun Mountain and said loudly, I choose Baiyun Mountain. After receiving the token of White Cloud Mountain, Union Shin appeared in the small palace of White Cloud Mountain. This change let everyone know that the 100 people on the Iron Battle Tablet did have the right to choose, but the top 10 sect also had the right to accept or not. The third place was Xia Shui, a genius from the central region who mainly cultivated physique. Little girl, our Titan Soul Heavenly Sect mainly cultivates physique. We're the best choice for you. The man from Titan Soul Heavenly Sect said in a muffled voice. He could feel the strong dragon power in Xia Shui's body. Thank you for your kindness, but don't the 3 9-star sects have physique cultivation? Xia Shui was not willing to join an 8-star force. After bowing to the man from Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, she glanced at the 3 9-star forces with some hope. The people from the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace ignored her, but the people from Tai Yin Mountain smiled and nodded. It was unknown whether they had a sect or not. Little girl, our Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace mainly cultivates qi and physique cultivation. The woman from Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace smiled. I choose the Mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace. Xia Shui only thought for 3 breaths before making her choice. The 4th place, Chui Mo, chose Tai Yin Mountain. Chapter 1053. In the end, Lu Yinji chose the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace. Although he was very interested in the 7 Flames Glaze Palace's 7 Flames Glaze Palace, the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace was stronger than the 7 Flames Glaze Palace as a whole. Rejected. The people of the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace said coldly, causing everyone to be stunned again. This was the second person to be rejected by the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace. Lu Yinji was also stunned. It was completely out of his expectations that the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace would actually reject him. Instantly, his face was burning. Everyone now had a deeper understanding of the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace. They were all guessing if Lu Yinji's previous comparison between the 7 Flames Glaze Palace and the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace had made the people of the 5 Jew Heavenly Palace unhappy, and thus rejected him. You have a strong earth mystical flame. Come to my 7 Flames Glazed Palace. The person from the 7 Flames Glazed Palace was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. When she stared at Lu Yinji, a deep flame flashed in her eyes, as if she could see through Lu Yinji. "All right, I choose the 7 Flames Glazed Palace," Lu Yinji quickly said. If he rejected the 7 Flames Glazed Palace, perhaps the other 8-star forces would reject him as well. By then, he would have no fate with the top 10 sect. If he missed such an opportunity, he would regret it until he died. The person ranked 6th after Lu Yinji directly chose the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace. He did not hesitate and was not rejected. Everyone seemed to have understood something. If they wanted to enter the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace, they could not hesitate at all. Otherwise, they would be rejected. The 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace's attitude was so high, but it seemed to be even more attractive. It was Wu Lingkong's turn. Wu Lingkong did not hesitate either, choosing the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace. Wu Lingkong majored in saber arts, and one of the 5 absolutes of the 5 absolutes of the 5 absolutes of the 5 absolutes was the Saber Absolute. There was something unique about the saber arts that attracted Wu Lingkong. At this point, the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace's 10 spots had been filled. Not long after, the Taiyin Mountain and the Mysterious Sky Ancient Palace's 10 spots were filled. The remaining people could only choose from the 7 8-star forces. Even though he wouldn't be able to join the 3 9-star factions, the 7 8-star factions were still pretty good. If he could join one of them, he would have a bright future ahead of him. However, among the 7 8-star sect, there were a few sects that were more special. For example, the Titan Soul Heavenly sect was a body refining sect. Non-body refining cultivators generally wouldn't choose to enter, because it meant that they would have to start cultivating from the beginning and fall behind others. For example, the Absolute Refining sect was a powerful sect that focused on refining weapons and pills. Take the 7 Flames Glazed Palace, for example. It would be even better if one could control the unique flames of heaven and earth. One by one, they made their choice. In the end, all 100 people on the Iron Battle Monument chose to join the sect. Only 5 people chose the gigantic Soul Heavenly sect, followed by 8 people who chose the Heavenly Dipper Overlord sect. As for the Exquisite Refinement sect, there were quite a few who chose it. They might not have the talent to forge weapons or concoct pills, but they would have an advantage in terms of spiritual weapons and pills. The others all focused their attention, and their expressions were somewhat heavy. That was because the people on the Iron Battle Monument had finished choosing, and now it was their turn. How to arrange it? Would he have a chance to join one of the 3 9-star forces? Would he have a chance to join one of the 7 great 8-star forces? This time, a total of 1,380 people entered the Ancient Lai battlefield, and 820 people arrived at Ancient Lai War City. The vigorous voice sounded again, and the content it said shocked everyone. 1,380 people entered, and only 820 reached Lai Gu War City. What about the other 560 people? Are they all dead? Are they all dead? It was cruel, really cruel. One had to know that those 560 people were not ordinary people, but geniuses selected from various lower and central territories. That was more than 500 transcendents. The 100 people on the Iron Battle Monument have finished choosing, and the other 720 people have a chance to join the 10 Great Sect. There are 2 methods. The first method is to challenge one of the 100 people who have already entered the 10 Great Sect. If you defeat them, you can replace them. Does anyone want to challenge them? The 720 people did not speak, because everyone was waiting for the second method. After all, the 100 people were indeed very strong. Perhaps attack power did not represent a person's overall strength, but if one's attack power was strong, one's strength would not be weak. The second method is to challenge the Iron Battle Monument and test your attack power again. Now, those who choose the first method stand on the left, and those who choose the second method stand on the right. Remember, you only have one chance. Once you choose, you cannot change it. Once you attack, You cannot hold back. This was a moment that determined their fate, and everyone paid great attention to it. Everyone was pondering whether they should choose the first option or the second option. The first method was to challenge one of the 100 people. However, this method was extremely difficult because each and every one of the 100 people was extremely powerful. Defeating them was not an easy task, even for those who were ranked at the bottom of the Iron Battle Tablet. As for the second method, everyone had already tested it, so they knew how strong their attack power was. But they did not know how to choose from the 10 Great Sect. Suddenly, some people moved, most of them going to the right, only a small number of people going to the left. Yonkai could clearly see that the cultivations of the several dozen people on the left weren't low, at least early Transcendent Realm 6th layer, but the strongest was mid-Transcendent Realm 6th layer. Some of their auras weren't as stable, obviously having broken through not long ago. It could be said that those who entered the ancient battlefield, as long as they did not die and arrive at Ancient War City, their cultivation had more or less improved, and their strength had also improved. Starting from the left, choose one person to challenge in turn. The first person in line was a mid-Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. His eyes swept over the crowd and finally fell on a person from Sun Moon Darkhall's camp. This person was also the last on the Iron Battle Monument. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch as you please? You'll regret it. This person sneered coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely as he made up his mind to teach the other party a lesson. The battle took place under the Iron Battle Monument. As soon as they attacked, they used their full strength, without any probing. Their auras were as fierce as stars. One wanted to protect their spot and teach the other party a lesson, while the other wanted to reverse their fate, going all out without any fear of death. The intensity of this battle left everyone speechless. Tyrannical chi overflowed everywhere, terrifying to the extreme. After a moment of fierce fighting, the outcome was clear. The challenger won and replaced the other party as a disciple of Sun Moon Darkhall, while the one who was challenged and defeated first had a look of disbelief on his face, followed by a look of desolation. For a moment, he did not know what to do. The challenges continued, as if the first challenger's victory had given everyone a great boost in morale, giving the second challenger 100 times more confidence. However, the result was disappointing. In less than 10 moves, the second challenger was defeated. The third challenger was also defeated. Defeated. The next few dozen challengers were all defeated. Out of dozens of challengers, only one had won. This kind of ratio made people tremble in fear. There was only one chance, and those who failed the challenge would not have the chance to enter the 10 Great Sect, so everyone was disappointed. Next, it was the turn of the person on the right. Their opportunity was to attack the Iron Battle Monument again. Go all out. The first person standing in front of the Iron Battle Monument was a Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator. His eyes seemed to spit fire as his 5 spirit wheels rotated at full speed. In an instant, his strength completely erupted, like a tornado soaring into the sky, his momentum astonishing. The people of the 10 Great Sects were all staring. With their cultivation realms and experience, they could see the level of the other party's martial arts attainments at a glance. They could also see through the other party's abilities. With a bang, this person used his full strength and struck the Iron Battle Monument. The Iron Battle Monument did not budge, but a golden light flashed. The person's name, origin, attack power, and so on all appeared on the Iron Battle Monument. However, the people from the 10 Great Sect did not say anything, obviously looking down on him. The second, the third, the fourth. It was not until the 5th person attacked that the person from the Big Dipper Tyrant sect spoke, because this person's spiritual highland was quite pure and his martial arts mastery was good, suitable for the Big Dipper Tyrant sect's path. Those who were not selected by the 10 Great Sect were also disappointed. They could only walk to the side and become spectators. Like the previous challengers, their hearts were filled with disappointment and confusion. What would happen to them, who had lost their chance and could not enter the 10 Great Sect? Would they be sent back to their original place? Or would they make other arrangements? The unknown made people feel uneasy. Chunzong's position in the team was relatively at the back, so he was not in a hurry. In fact, even if it was his turn, Chunzong would not be in a hurry. He would just do his best to fight for a chance for himself. The sixth, no sect chose him, so he walked to the side dejectedly. The seventh person was a body refinement cultivator, level 5 dragon power realm body refinement cultivator. His dragon power was unparalleled, and when he attacked, the dragon power surged, and a loud dragon roar could be heard. With a boom, a fist carrying a terrifying dragon power landed heavily on the iron battle steel. It was as if the iron battle steel was going to shatter. However, the iron battle tablet was undamaged, and it did not even budge. The fist energy turned into ripples and spread out. Golden light shone brightly, and words appeared. My giant soul, heavenly sect, wants this person. The burly man from the giant soul heavenly sect said in a muffled voice. No one competed with him, because this person specialized in body refinement Tao, and the giant soul heavenly sect was undoubtedly the most suitable. Since the giant soul heavenly sect had spoken, and the other sects did not compete, this person only had two choices. One was to enter the giant soul heavenly sect, and the other was to wait for an unknown fate like the others. He was not stupid, so of course he would choose the first option, which was to enter the giant soul heavenly sect. There were more than 600 people, and it would take some time to test them one by one. However, no one cared. Even if the time was 10 times longer, it would not be a problem. The 8th, the 9th, the 10th. It was not until the 15th person that someone from the 10 great sects spoke. It was the misty heavenly palace. One by one, they went up to test, using their full strength and even using their secret techniques to increase their attacking power, all for the sake of being chosen. Unfortunately, they did not understand that the 10 great sect was not only interested in attacking power, but also in other aspects. Chapter 1054. While a few people were happy, dozens were sad. Most of them had been eliminated, and only a small number had been selected. Those who stood in front of Chunzong all felt nervous as they stepped forward and stood 10 meters away from the Iron Battle Monument. Taking a deep breath, they quickly calmed themselves down. Erupting with all their strength, they unsheathed their long swords and shot out like a rainbow, carrying with it a tyrannical momentum that could split mountains as they ruthlessly slashed at the Iron Battle Monument. But unfortunately, no one from the 10 great sects spoke up. Brother Chun, you must do your best. Don't hold back. Wu Lingkong's voice sounded in Chunzong's ears. Wu Lingkong knew about Chunzong's Iron Battle Monument test, and also knew that when he fought against Yuxingji that day, he had used a very powerful sword skill, but it required time to accumulate and mobilize its strength. If it was a normal battle, a sword skill that required time to accumulate strength would of course not be of much use, but in a test there was time. Therefore, Wu Lingkong was worried that Chunzong wouldn't be able to enter the 10 great sect. This was not something he wanted to see. Chunzong's eyes swept over the crowd and met Wu Lingkong's gaze, immediately calming Wu Lingkong down. He knew that Chunzong didn't intend to hold back. At this time, a gaze landed on the long sword hanging on Chunzong's waist. A trace of restrained brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth seemed to hang a faintly discernible smile. 10 meters away from the Iron Battle Monument, Chunzong stopped, his heartbeat slow and steady, his breathing slow and steady, his expression calm, without the slightest hint of nervousness. With a loud bang, a tyrannical force suddenly gushed out from Chunzong's body. The eyes of the people from the 10 great sects all fell on Chunzong. When Chunzong's spirit energy surged out, none of them paid any attention to him, because the aura fluctuations coming from him indicated he was only a late transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator. Moreover, they could tell at a glance that this person cultivated a very low spirit grade low-rank secret art. A trace of doubt arose in their minds. Up until now, they had sensed that at least the cultivators of the middle grade spirit level cultivation technique were practicing. Only this person who was practicing the low-grade spirit level cultivation technique was able to reach the ancient war city. They had to say that he was very lucky. 100% of his spiritual energy. Azure Cloud Power. Even the members of the 10 great sects felt that the power of the Clear Sky sect was ordinary. This kind of extraordinary secret power was not very strong. Heart Sword Force. However, when Qinzong unleashed the second transcendent secret energy and merged it with the first transcendent secret energy, the expressions of the people from the 10 great sects changed slightly. Their eyes shone brightly. Two kinds of extraordinary secret powers. Among the great sects, there were, of course, cultivators who had mastered 2 or even 3 kinds of extraordinary secret powers. But anyone who could master 2 kinds of extraordinary secret powers was a genius among geniuses and was worthy of intensive training. For a time, the 10 great sects members all had different thoughts. The spirit energy and the 2 types of transcendent secret powers instantly circulated in Qinzong's body in an incomparably complex and mysterious way, and an incomparably mysterious aura also spread out. A brilliant azure light flashed, illuminating the surroundings, and a melodious sword cry filled the air. A boom could be heard, along with the faint roar of a dragon. An aura that was completely different from spiritual power exploded out from Qinzong's body, slamming into his bones and muscles. Qinzong's body seemed to swell up and become even more ferocious. Then, a dazzling purple flame with some dreamy colors rushed out of his body and burned fiercely, covering Qinzong completely. It was as if he was covered in purple flames. Then, the dazzling purple dreamy flames were like flowing water, pouring into the long sword that was suffused with green light. Bearing the infusion of wave after wave of power, the profound light sword's body trembled slightly, and layers of ripples spread out. He lifted his right foot and took a step forward. It was incomparably heavy, as if a giant elephant was stepping on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground under his feet seemed to shake. Circles of ripples spread out rapidly along the ground with his right foot as the center, as if they were rolling up endless dust. A surge of counterforce rushed up through his right foot and through his right arm under Qinzong's guidance. He drew his sword. It carried an incomparably tyrannical power and was as heavy as a mountain, but it also had an indescribable nimbleness and swiftness, like a bird flying through the air. It filled the air with a unique and mysterious rhythm, making people's eyes light up and leave a deep impression. When the sword was drawn, the blade seemed to dissolve in the air and disappeared, leaving only a wisp of azure and purple smoke, like the smoke from a farmer's chimney at dusk, drifting forward slowly in the breeze. It was very, very slow, so that everyone could see it clearly. In fact, it was very, very fast, extremely fast. A distance of 10 meters was crossed in an instant. That light smoke that seemed to have no power at all suddenly exploded with a terrifying power the moment it approached the Iron Battle Monument. It was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted. The power was fierce and unparalleled, destroying heaven and earth. It was as if a calm mountain had collapsed in an instant. With a loud bang, it was earth-shattering. The terrifying power was completely released in an instant and bombarded the Iron Battle Monument, creating layers of ripples. Then, a line of golden words appeared on the Iron Battle Monument, clearly visible. Qinzong, attack power, 9 stars. 4-star sect, blue cloud sect of the floating clouds lower region. It really can reach the 9 stars. Qinzong stared at the golden words and revealed a smile, but the power in his body was exhausted, and he only felt his body was weak. He quickly took out a pill and consumed it to recover his exhausted power. No one spoke, and the surroundings were silent. Qinzong frowned slightly, and a trace of disappointment rose in his heart. Could it be that his performance was not good enough to enter the eyes of the 10 great sect? Then, what should he do to make the 10 great sect look at him in a different light? Your sword technique is not bad. The 5 Jew Heavenly Palace will give you a place. Just as the disappointment rose in his heart, Someone from the 5 Heavenly Palace suddenly spoke with a cold and arrogant voice. Your sword technique is mysterious, and your realm is high. You're the most suitable to come to Taiyin Mountain, someone from Taiyin Mountain said with a smile. My mysterious heaven ancient palace is the most suitable for you. The voice of the woman from mysterious heaven ancient palace had an indescribable charm. Coming from a 4-star sect of a lower region, it was no wonder that he only cultivated a low spiritual level cultivation technique, but mastered 2 extraordinary secret powers. Based on the ability he displayed, it could be seen that he had very high attainments in the way of the sword. Genius. This was a true genius, like a piece of unpolished jade, which made people's hearts beat faster. You have mastered an earth flame, right? Come to my 7 flames glazed palace, and I will make the decision to give you the status of a heaven-grade outer sect disciple. You will receive an earth flame as soon as you enter the sect. Someone from the 7 flames glazed palace also spoke, competing with the 3 9-star sect, and directly promising Chun Zong all kinds of benefits. Come to my giant soul heavenly sect, and I will make the decision to give you the status of a heaven-grade outer sect disciple. I will let you cultivate a complete spiritual level body refining technique. Someone from the giant soul heavenly sect also spoke, inviting Chun Zong. My absolute refining clan is very suitable for you. Enter my absolute refining clan and become a heaven-grade outer sect disciple, and I will make the decision to give you at least a 6th-grade spiritual sword and the corresponding spiritual pill. Someone from the absolute refining clan also competed. In addition, my absolute refining clan also has earth flame. Someone from the dark hall of sun and moon also spoke, promising Chun Zong benefits, and hoping that Chun Zong would join their sect. To be honest, Chun Zong was very tempted. Although the 3 9-star sects did not promise him any benefits, since they took the initiative to speak and showed signs of wanting to compete, it meant that he was valued. Moreover, with his own ability, Chun Zong believed that he would be able to obtain enough benefits for himself. Moreover, the several 8-star sects also promised him benefits, and each of them was very tempting. Everyone else stared at Chun Zong with their eyes wide open, and each of them was shocked beyond words. Traces of jealousy rose from the depths of their hearts. Based on what? Based on what could a person with such a lowly background be valued and fought over by various sects, promising him all kinds of benefits? Based on what did this treatment not fall on them? Yu Xingji's eyes were filled with coldness, and his sharp gaze seemed to want to pierce through Chun Zong. Killing intent filled the air. Lu Yinji and Mao Yiming's faces were also cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They could not wait to kill Chun Zong on the spot. Lu Yijue also stared at Chun Zong, and he was very unhappy. There was no reason, but because Chun Zong was being fought over by several sects, this kind of treatment should have appeared on him. Wu Lingkong was full of smiles, and he was happy for Chun Zong. As for Wu Lingkong's senior brother Lei Zhang, junior brother Lei Faming, and the others, they all had complicated expressions. Lai Jingyu and the others who were also from the Floating Clouds territory all had complicated expressions, and it was indescribable. Chun Zong was thinking about which sect to choose. One of the 3 9-star sects? Or one of the 8-star sects? Boy, is the dark light sword useful? Suddenly, someone from Baiyun Mountain spoke with a smile on his face, which made Chun Zong stunned, and he raised his head to look. However, the person from Baiyun Mountain did not say anything. For a moment, Chun Zong also made his choice. Chun Zong is indebted to all the seniors. After thinking about it, Chun Zong can only apologize to all the seniors. Chun Zong spoke, and as he spoke, he bowed and apologized to the people from the various sects who were fighting over him. Finally, he faced Baiyun Mountain and said loudly, I choose Baiyun Mountain. You're on your own. The person from Wujue Heavenly Palace had a trace of coldness in his eyes, and his voice was cold. He personally invited but was rejected, which made him very unhappy, and he suddenly disliked Chun Zong. As for the others, they did not feel anything and did not fight for it. Chun Zong walked towards Baiyun Mountain's camp. and the others continued to take the test. Chunzong's matter seemed to have motivated everyone, but soon, reality gave them another slap to wake them up. There was only one Chunzong, and there was only one situation like this. When the test ended, a small number of people were selected, and most of them were eliminated. In addition to recruiting 10 people each, the 3 9-star sects also competed for Chunzong. After that, they did not speak again because no one caught their attention. The 7 8-star sects recruited people one after another, and the total number was more than 100 people. In other words, about 500 people were eliminated. What awaited them was an unknown fate, and they did not know where to go. Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's luck was not bad. Although they were not good in other aspects, they had mastered a type of Earth Wondrous Fire and Earth Wondrous Water. Therefore, Qi Jiutian joined the Absolute Refinement Clan, and Qi Longhai joined the Sun Moon Dark Hall. This was something that Lai Jingyu and the others could not compare to. Chapter 1055. The 10 years of intense battle had finally come to an end, at least for those who had already entered the 10 great sects. But for the others, it was just an end. Fortunately, although they did not enter the 10 great sects as disciples, at least they were not completely abandoned. They still had the opportunity to participate in the assessment of the 7-star forces in the Sky Pillar Upper Province, which would determine whether they could enter and become a disciple of a 7-star force. Taking a step back, becoming a disciple of a 7-star force was not a bad thing. The difference between a 6-star force and a 7-star force was also very obvious. In the air above the Iron Battle Monument, the 100-meter white light once again spun faster. With the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace at the lead, the entire small palace instantly flew up into the air, bringing along the people of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace and the 10 disciples who had joined the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace. They all rose into the air, nearing the 100-meter white light, and then entered it. Then, the people of Taiyin Mountain followed by the people of Mysterious Sky Ancient Palace. They took turns. The small palace of White Cloud Mountain rose into the air, bringing the middle-aged man and the 22 people who had joined White Cloud Mountain into the white light. The moment Qinzong entered the white light, he felt as though he was bathing in the warm light. His entire body was relaxed, and all his fatigue was gone. The energy in his body was also recovering at an astonishing speed. After passing through the white light, it was as though he had entered another world. The scenery was picturesque, the sky was blue, and the earth was clear. The vigorous yuan qi of heaven and earth was vast and incomparably pure like a storm, shocking everyone who entered this world for the first time. The places he had stayed in the past were like a small pond compared to a vast ocean when compared to this place. As he inhaled and exhaled, the vigorous and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth constantly surrounded him from all directions and poured into his body. It was as though his body was undergoing a deep level of refinement. Chunzong could clearly feel that his body was bathed in the vigorous and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was extremely comfortable, and he felt as though the burden in his body was gradually being removed. It was the impurities hidden in the depths of his body. The better the body, the less impurities there would be in the body. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the upper province was very rich. Those who entered the upper province for the first time would need to undergo a process of adaptation. Naturally, the process of adaptation was to accept the baptism of the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the upper province. The reason why the people of the upper province were more outstanding than the people of the middle and lower province was because they had lived in the vigorous and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth for many years. Baptism was a necessary process. The small palaces of the 10 great sects transformed one after another. The small palace of the White Cloud Mountain transformed into a white cloud that was 100 meters in size. It floated several thousand meters in the air, seemingly slow, but actually very fast. The 10 great sects were located in different locations and left one after another. As for the 500 people who couldn't enter the 10 great sects, they left ancient Liwar City and went to the Sky Pillar upper region. On the ground, there was a group of 7-star forces waiting there. There were a total of 27-star organizations here. In other words, the 500 people had even more choices. Naturally, the 500 people would be informed of the situation of the 27-star factions so that it would be easier for them to make a choice. However, once they made a choice, they could not change it. They would follow the people of that faction back to the sect and undergo the assessment. If he passed the test, he would naturally become a disciple of that faction. If he failed, he would be expelled from the sect and become a rogue cultivator to a large extent. In the upper district, there were more experts and experts. If one were to become a rogue cultivator, it would undoubtedly be more dangerous. If one was not careful, one could easily be killed. Therefore, this was their last chance. They had to choose carefully. A 100-meter-long white cloud streaked across the sky and slowly drifted forward. Its speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled 10,000 meters. The middle-aged man from White Cloud Mountain was sitting leisurely in a corner of the cloud. He held an ancient bronze gourd in one hand and was leisurely drinking wine in an incomparably leisurely manner. The other 22 people were standing as if they had turned into statues. They were enveloped by the vigorous and incomparably pure yuan qi of heaven and earth as they underwent the baptism. The middle-aged man with white sideburns was drinking wine while paying attention to the 22 people. When people from the lower and middle districts first entered the upper district, they would undergo the baptism of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Their bodies would be purified and their cultivation talent would be enhanced. However, the degree of the baptism was closely related to the individual's body. The longer the baptism, the deeper the baptism, and naturally, the greater the benefits. While undergoing the baptism, one would also enter a special state where all distracting thoughts would be removed. Their mind would be clear, and they would gradually understand some of the problems that they couldn't figure out in the past. 15 minutes later, someone woke up and the baptism ended. That was the potential of his body. 1, 2, 3. 15 minutes later, 18 of the 22 people woke up and stopped the baptism. It's amazing. I feel like my body has become much lighter. It's like I've been reborn. The 18 people moved their hands and feet and exclaimed. It really felt like they had been reborn. It was no less than consuming a heavenly treasure with amazing effects. Suddenly, one of the remaining 4 people moved. A blood-red halo gushed out from his body and rushed into the sky. It emitted a shocking aura that attracted everyone's attention. Oh, he's awakened his bloodline. The middle-aged man from White Cloud Mountain also looked over with a hint of interest and curiosity in his eyes. Some people would awaken their bloodline after undergoing the baptism of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, not all cultivators would awaken their bloodline. After all, in order to awaken one's bloodline, one must first possess the potential of a certain bloodline. Awakening one's bloodline would mean that one was different from ordinary cultivators. However, what kind of bloodline did this person awaken? What level of bloodline was it? However, the middle-aged man made a judgment based on his past experience when he saw the aura that the person exuded. The light in his eyes dissipated and he returned to his casual look. Obviously, the bloodline was quite ordinary in his opinion. However, the person who had awakened his bloodline was very excited. He did not expect that there was such a hidden power in his body. Once it was activated, it could significantly increase his strength. It was as if he had obtained a permanent secret technique that would never expire. One should know that secret techniques had different levels. As one's cultivation base increased, the secret technique's level would have to increase as well. Otherwise, it would not be able to keep up. However, the awakened ability would not weaken. In fact, it would gradually strengthen as one unearthed the bloodline ability. The 20th person woke up but did not awaken any bloodline. However, after the baptism, his body felt very comfortable. He felt that his cultivation base was about to break through. He was overjoyed that he would be able to break through a small level after cultivating for a few days. Not to mention other things, just the baptism after entering the upper province was a great thing. It was something that could not be enjoyed in the central and lower provinces. This was also why so many people wanted to enter the upper province. Unfortunately, the 4 upper provinces were connected to the Supreme Saint realm, but there was a huge gap between them and the 12 central and 36 lower provinces. Without a Saint realm cultivation base, it was impossible to cross it. When a Saint realm master came from the central and lower provinces to the upper province, even if they received the baptism, the effect would be very weak. If a foundation establishment realm master received such a baptism, he would not be able to bear it and would collapse on the spot. The transcendent realm was the most suitable. Out of the 22 people, only 2 were still receiving the baptism. One was Chunzong and the other was Yinyin. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. The 2 people did not stop, which surprised the 20 people. Although they did not know what the baptism of World Yuan Qi was, they felt great benefits from it. They were not stupid and knew that the longer they stayed, the greater the benefits would be. Chunzong and Yunyin were both immersed in the baptism and did not sense anything in the outside world. If someone wanted to kill them, they could do so directly. However, the middle-aged man, Bai Shanyin, was right next to them. Unless someone was stronger than him, it would be impossible to kill them. Of course, masters stronger than the middle-aged man from Bai Shan were masters who could move unhindered in the sky-bearing upper province. 2 transcendents were like ants to them. Another quarter of an hour passed. Finally, the extremely rich world Yuan Qi around Yunyin dissipated and she woke up. The feeling she gave off was that her temperament had become more outstanding and her aura had become purer. Yunyin smiled faintly. Feeling that her cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough, she was overjoyed. Before, her cultivation was at the peak of the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. Now, she was close to her limit. After cultivating for a few days, she was confident she could reach the peak of the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. After that, she would be able to break through to the 8th layer of the transcendent realm. Only with a higher cultivation and stronger strength would she be able to make Lu Yijue pay the price he deserved. About 30 breaths later, the extremely rich and pure world Yuan Qi around Chunzong gradually dissipated, revealing Chunzong's figure. The peak of the transcendent 5th layer. That's right, after this baptism, not only did Chunzong remove some of the impurities hidden in his body, but it also improved his cultivation from the late stage of the transcendent 5th layer to the peak of the transcendent 5th layer. Another benefit was that Chunzong now had a deeper understanding of the sword move he named Azure Cloud Shattering, allowing him to display it much faster. Chunzong estimated that it would take him 3 breaths to gather his strength before, but now it would take him 2 breaths. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong understood the mysteries of that sword move, making him feel like he was looking up at a towering mountain. The middle-aged man's gaze first fell on Yunyin, then turned to Chunzong and nodded secretly. After completely waking up, Chunzong quickly turned to look at the middle-aged man. The biggest reason he chose Bai Shan at that time was because of the other party's words. Is the profound light sword useful? These words caused Chunzong to have many speculations. The other party knew about the profound light sword. In other words, didn't it mean that the profound light sword was related to the other party, or Bai Shan? Then, was the nameless sword move also related to Bai Shan? Or was it related to the middle-aged man in front of him? However, regardless of whether it was related to the middle-aged man in front of him or Bai Shan, Chunzong made a choice, Bai Shan. Chapter 1056. The Sky Pillar High territory was countless times larger than the Floating Clouds territory, but Chunzong had no idea. The white cloud continued to float, covering 10,000 meters in a breath. Its speed was astonishing, but after a few days, they still hadn't reached their destination. During these days, everyone cultivated on the white cloud. Chunzong consolidated his cultivation and raised it to the peak of the 5th layer transcendent realm. The next step was to break through. Yunyinshin's cultivation also broke through, reaching the peak of the 7th layer transcendent realm. At only 22 years old, it was amazing that she could reach such a cultivation level. The other 20 people had more or less improved. After all, they had all been baptized by the world's Yuan Qi and had all benefited greatly, increasing their cultivation efficiency by several times, much to everyone's delight. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, continued drinking, not paying any attention to the others. During this period of time, the 22 people had become acquainted with each other, and some had even formed good friendships. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Bai Yunfei crossed the mountains and rivers. Chunzong and the rest of the 22 looked up at the same time. They were all startled and their eyes widened. White clouds drifted leisurely, forming an endless sea of clouds. Behind the white sea of clouds, there was a huge, illusory image of a mountain. It was completely black, majestic, and towering above the earth. It towered under the sky, as if it was connected to the heavens and the earth. How tall was this mountain? Very tall as a mountain. Chunzong was certain this mountain was much taller than any mountain he had ever seen before. The white cloud drifted forward, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Chunzong and the others could clearly see wisps of white clouds swirling in all directions, and clear cries resounded in all directions. High up in the sky, cranes could be seen flying through the clouds. It was like a paradise. Suddenly, Chunzong and the others' eyes widened as they saw several white clouds in front of them. These white clouds weren't large, only a few meters in diameter, and each of them had a person sitting cross-legged on it. He had never seen such a scene before. Are these white clouds some kind of flight-type spirit artifact? Are they similar to the 100-meter-long white cloud under their feet? The 100-meter-long white cloud continued forward, passing through the sea of clouds and finally landing on a cliff-like platform on top of the mountain. Greetings, Tao Lord. The two middle-aged men on the platform hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man on the white cloud and shouted in unison. Their attitude was extremely respectful. However, this form of address made Chunzong and the others feel strange. Taoist master? I don't understand it at all. I just feel that it's very profound. Take them to the assessment. The middle-aged man, who was addressed as the path master, leisurely drank his wine as he spoke. Immediately, his gaze swept across Chunzong and Yunyunshin. The two of them do not need to be tested. They will be granted the qualifications of a heaven-rank outer sect disciple. Yes, the two men immediately replied respectfully. In the next moment, the middle-aged man who was addressed as the sect master seemed to turn into a wisp of mist and dissipate. The 100-meter white cloud also disappeared in an instant without a trace. Gao Leping's expression changed slightly as a trace of dissatisfaction emerged in his heart. He had awakened his bloodline, further improving his talent and strength, yet he was not directly promoted to an outer sect heaven-ranked disciple and still needed to participate in the assessment. For a time, Gao Leping's impression of Chunzong became more and more unpleasant to the eye. As for Yunyunshin, he didn't dare because Yunyunshin was very strong, a peak 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, not someone he could compare to. You two come with me, the rest of you go take the assessment. One of the middle-aged men's eyes swept over the group before finally landing on Chunzong and Yunyunshin's faces and said in a gentle tone. A moment later, a miraculous scene appeared. Tens of thousands of clouds seemed to gather under the middle-aged man's feet, eventually condensing into a 9-meter-wide white cloud. Come up, the middle-aged man said to Chunzong and Yunyunshin, who were still in a daze. The two of them instantly sobered up. They leaped and landed on a 9-meter-wide white cloud. This white cloud was about 9 meters long and 7 meters wide, more than enough to accommodate 3 people. The white cloud rose into the air and floated forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small black in front of everyone's eyes and disappeared. The 20 of you, come with me. The other middle-aged man said in a lukewarm tone. He didn't condense a white cloud, but instead used a movement skill. Of course, he could also condense a white cloud to fly, but the white cloud he condensed wasn't enough to carry 20 people. The difference in treatment caused the 20 people to feel indignant, but at the same time, it also gave rise to an unwillingness to admit defeat. They were determined to do their best to pass the assessment and become outer sect heaven-ranked disciples. The disciples of the 10 great sect were divided into inner sect and outer sect. No one knew what the inner sect was like, but the outer sect was divided into human, earth, and heaven rank, with human being the lowest and heaven rank the highest. Anyone could imagine that heaven-ranked disciples would be treated the best in the outer sect. Tao Master Huan Yun, who usually doesn't care about sect matters, actually came personally. I wonder what kind of disciples he'll bring back this time. In a main hall at the top of White Cloud Mountain, a bald old man sat on a huge chair. He touched his big bald head and said with interest, "We know Tao Master Huan Yun's temperament very well. He must have a purpose for coming personally this time. There's no need to guess. We'll know in the future." Elder Min, these two are heaven-ranked disciples personally appointed by Tao Master Huan Yun. The middle-aged man led Chen Zong and Yun Yinxin on a white cloud and flew dozens of miles before landing in front of main hall. He walked into the hall and spoke to an old man opposite him. This old man had a serious face and gave off a dignified feeling. Those who were weaker than him couldn't help but be respectful in front of him. Chen Zong relied on the perception brought by his powerful soul to keenly grasp that Elder Min's cultivation was unfathomable, like an abyss. He was definitely a master who had surpassed the transcendent realm. Saint Realm. In the entire Floating Cloud territory, only Floating Cloud Palace's Palace Master, Floating Cloud King, was a Saint Realm Master, but on White Cloud Mountain, even an Elder was a Saint Realm Master. How many Elders were there in White Cloud Mountain? Chen Zong didn't know, but he estimated that there were many. In other words, White Cloud Mountain had a lot of Saint Realm Masters. As expected of an 8-star force, it was many times stronger than a 6-star force. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. If it was based on cultivation realm, perhaps it was like comparing the foundation establishment realm to the saint realm. Name, age, secret arts, and martial arts you've cultivated, past origins. Elder Min's dignified eyes stared at Chen Zong and Yun Yinxin, one after the other, as if he wanted to see through them. His tone was neither high nor low and somewhat stiff. Outer sect disciples were divided into 3 levels: human, earth, and heaven. In fact, the division had nothing to do with cultivation. It didn't mean that if your cultivation reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, you would definitely become a heaven-grade disciple. It was possible to become an earth-grade disciple or even a human-grade disciple. What was assessed was not the level of one's cultivation, but rather a comprehensive assessment of all aspects, such as cultivation talent, perception, and so on. Even one's bloodline was within the scope of the assessment. Only by passing the assessment and reaching the standard could one become a heaven-grade disciple and enjoy higher treatment. Similarly, a heaven-grade disciple's status in the sect was higher and more valued. Therefore, all information had to be recorded in detail and investigated to see if there were any discrepancies. Such a huge sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and would continue to exist, so it didn't want any changes to occur because of some internal factors. Perhaps a trivial heaven-grade disciple was insignificant in front of such a huge sect, but a 1,000-lead dike could collapse by an ant's nest. Moreover, detailed information would allow one to better understand a person. Chen Zong naturally reported his own detailed information, including his birth and origin, as well as the secret arts and martial arts he cultivated. Of course, Chen Zong wouldn't reveal that his soul had come from Blue Wave's world. That was a big secret, and besides himself, he wouldn't let anyone else know. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble would arise? This world was very dangerous. Transcendents and saints were everywhere. Any one of them could easily crush Chen Zong, not to mention the great Saint Realm Masters above the Saint Realm. Yun Yinxin also reported his own information in detail. After about 10 breaths, Elder Min threw 2 cloud white tokens to Chen Zong and Yun Yinxin. These 2 tokens looked like miniature white clouds, and when held in their hands, they felt very hard but also very flexible, giving off a very strange feeling. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were traces of gold on the token. The gold lines formed two very simple and complicated words: Heaven Rank. This token represented their identity as Outer Sect Heaven Grade disciples. You two have just become disciples of White Cloud Mountain, so you don't know the rules of White Cloud Mountain yet. Take these two books and read them carefully. Elder Min waved his hand again, and two cloud-white silk books fell into the hands of Chun Zong and Yun Xin. These books contained the rules of White Cloud Mountain and other details of the sect. As an Outer Sect Tian Grade disciple, you can have your own Cloud Palace. You too can live in Tian Grade Cloud Palace 211 and Tian Grade Cloud Palace 212. Elder Min said. He then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Take them to the Cloud Palace and settle them down." Yes, the middle-aged man bowed to Elder Min and left with Chun Zong and Yun Xin. Our White Cloud Mountain is one of the few 8-star forces in the Sky Pillar Upper region. Now, including the two of you, we have a total of 212 Heaven Grade disciples. The middle-aged man led the way while explaining to Chun Zong and Yun Xin. However, there are still others taking the assessment. After the assessment, there might be a few more Heaven Grade disciples. The assessment standard for Heaven Grade disciples was very high. Most people couldn't pass it, and only a few could become Heaven Grade disciples. What about the number of Earth Grade and Human Grade disciples? Chun Zong couldn't help but ask. There are more than 2,000 Earth Grade disciples and more than 10,000 Human Grade disciples, the middle-aged man replied. The weakest Human Grade disciple is at the Transcendent Realm. Chun Zong couldn't help but gasp. More than 10,000 Human Grade disciples. Didn't that mean there were more than 10,000 Transcendent Realm cultivators? More than 2,000 Earth Grade disciples meant there were more than 2,000 Transcendent Realm cultivators, and more than 200 Heaven Grade disciples meant there were more than 200 Transcendent Realm cultivators. Just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. Yun Xin was also very surprised. However, she came from a 7-star force, so she was more knowledgeable than Chun Zong. She was only surprised by the situation of White Cloud Mountain, but she wasn't that shocked. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1057. The Cloud Palace was where the Outer Sect disciples of White Cloud Mountain lived. Heaven-ranked disciples had the right to live in their own Cloud Palace. As for Earth-rank and Human-rank disciples, several of them lived in one Cloud Palace. Yun Xin lived in the 211th Cloud Palace, while Chun Zong lived in the 212th Cloud Palace. The Cloud Palaces were built in the White Cloud Mountain. Each of them occupied a large area, at least a few hundred square meters. There were places to rest and also places to cultivate. Chun Zong took out his Heaven-ranked disciple token and opened the Cloud Palace's protective energy. He entered the Cloud Palace and felt refreshed. It was very comfortable. Soon, Chun Zong had walked through the entire Cloud Hall. He could see everything clearly and had a complete grasp of it. With the Heaven-ranked disciple token in his hand, Chun Zong could control the Cloud Palace's protective energy and open or close it. After he was done, Chun Zong took out the cloud-white silk book and started reading. White Cloud Mountain was 10,000 meters tall. It stood between heaven and earth like a heavenly pillar. White Cloud Mountain was both a mountain and a force. It had been famous in the Sky Pillar Upper region for 10,000 years. It was one of the few powerful sects in the Sky Pillar Upper region that had a history of 10,000 years. Time was the most merciless. Everything would be eroded by time and eventually turned into ashes. It was rare to see a force that could exist for 10,000 years and grow stronger. Chun Zong took a look at White Cloud Mountain's history and memorized it. He then looked at the sect's rules and so on. The rules of the sect weren't complicated. The main thing was that one couldn't betray the sect or do anything that would harm the interests and reputation of the sect. In addition, one couldn't attack a fellow disciple for no reason. Even if there was a conflict, it had to be reported to the relevant department in the sect. Of course, this only applied within the sect. Although the rules were the same outside the sect, the sect wouldn't necessarily know if there was a conflict. Another thing was contribution points. This was something that all sects and powers had to have. If one wanted to practice the sect's cultivation methods, martial arts, or even secret techniques, one had to exchange for them with sect contribution points. Naturally, the way to obtain contribution points was to contribute to the sect. Completing sect missions was one way to earn contribution points in the sect. In addition, contribution points could also be earned by offering some precious items to the sect. As a heaven-ranked disciple, he would be rewarded with 10,000 sect contribution points. In addition, he would also receive 3 Cloud Dragon pills and 3 Cloud Profound pills every year. The Cloud Dragon pill and the Cloud Profound pill were both spirit-level top-grade pills. The Cloud Dragon pill's effect was to increase one's cultivation base, while the Cloud Profound pill could increase one's perception for a certain period of time. Both were very precious. The treatment of Earth disciples was much worse. They were only rewarded with 5,000 sect contribution points and 1 Cloud Dragon pill and 1 Cloud Profound pill every year. As for human-ranked disciples, their treatment was even worse. They were only rewarded with 2,000 sect contribution points and 1 Cloud Dragon pill and 1 Cloud Profound pill every 3 years. Such treatment showed the difference between the 3 ranks of outer sect disciples. This difference would only increase as time passed. Heavenly Cloud Path, Refined Cloud Path, Illusory Cloud Path, Flowing Cloud Path, Flying Cloud Path. Chunzong began to think carefully. Within White Cloud Mountain, a powerful 8-star force, there were different types of cultivation paths. There were a total of 5 types, and each path had a Dowlord. As such, the middle-aged man who brought them to White Cloud Mountain was one of the Pathmasters. Thinking of this, Chunzong couldn't help but gasp in horror. Each path had a Pathmaster and only one Pathmaster. They were the strongest cultivators at the top of White Cloud Mountain. There were only 5 of them. It was an honor for them to be personally escorted here by one of the Pathmasters. At the same time, Chunzong was deeply puzzled. A Pathmaster, regardless of his strength, was a high and mighty existence. Regardless of his status was extremely high. Why would he personally escort them here? However, the expert's actions were unpredictable. Chunzong didn't think too much about it. No matter what the other party's reason was, he was already here. He had become a disciple of White Cloud Mountain and an outer sect heaven-ranked disciple. He had surpassed many people in an instant. White Cloud Mountain's 5 paths. White Cloud Mountain's disciples could specialize in one path or choose to specialize in one path and minor in another. However, those who dared to specialize in one path and minor in another path had great confidence in themselves. They also possessed extraordinary talent. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to each other, and ultimately, it would be difficult for them to improve. Those who could become White Cloud Mountain's disciples were all outstanding cultivators. They would be considered geniuses in the outside world. However, geniuses were also divided into different ranks. Ordinary geniuses couldn't even enter White Cloud Mountain. There is also a description of the White Cloud Mountain's 5 paths in the Silk Booklet. It gave Chunzong a more direct understanding. The Sky Cloud Pathmaster was as high as the sky and vast as the clouds. He was as high as the clouds in the sky and was unreachable. The path of cloud refinement focused on refining the clouds as power. It was strong and domineering with unparalleled power. The essence of the illusory cloud path was the word illusion. The illusory clouds were unpredictable and unpredictable. On the other hand, the path of flowing clouds was endless like flowing water. It was extremely smooth. The Sky Cloud Pathmaster speed was as fast as the clouds and as fierce as the wind. Maybe I can specialize in one path first and minor in another, Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly. Chunzong wasn't sure how difficult it was to cultivate the 5 paths. He had no idea at all. Therefore, he kept talking nonsense. He could only choose to specialize in one path. As the inheritance of an 8-star force, it should be difficult to cultivate. Then, which path should he specialize in? The infinitely high sky cloud path The unparalleled power of the path of cloud refinement? Or the ever-changing illusory cloud path? Or was it the flowing cloud path that was endless and unending? Or the path of flying clouds, which was as fast as the wind? Each path had its own strengths and focuses on its own. If I can cultivate the 5 paths at the same time, Shenzong suddenly had an idea. What if he could cultivate the 5 paths at the same time and master the essence of the 5 paths and merge them into one? Then, Shenzong shook his head and smiled. He felt that he was indulging in fantasy. Now, he hadn't even cultivated one of the paths. Moreover, choosing to cultivate would require him to use his sect contribution points. After thinking about it again and again, Shenzong finally made a choice. He made the choice based on his inner feelings. When he walked out of the cloud hall, Yunyanxin happened to walk out of her cloud hall as well. Chun Shitty. When she saw Shenzong, Yunyanxin took the initiative to greet him. On White Cloud Mountain, Yunyanxin was not familiar with anyone. If she had to name someone she was closer to, it would be Shenzong. First, they entered White Cloud Mountain through ancient War City. Second, Shenzong was very outstanding. When they were on the 100-meter cloud, the two of them had some interactions. Third, they were both appointed as heaven-grade disciples by the sect master. Fourth, they were very close to the cloud hall. Senior sister Yu. Shenzong's cultivation was not as good as her, so it was normal for him to call her senior sister. The two of them were heading in the same direction. It was the sect hall. When they entered the sect hall, they showed their heaven-grade disciple token and received their newly promoted heaven-grade disciple status. 10,000 sect contribution points were directly transferred to the disciple token. 3 Cloud Dragon pills and 3 Cloud Profound pills were also given to the two of them. In addition, there was a thumb-sized object. It was cloud white and looked like a stone, but it also looked like it was compressed from clouds. Cloud seed. This was a cloud seed that every White Cloud Mountain disciple could obtain. It was condensed from clouds extracted by White Cloud Mountain's Saint Realm Masters using special methods. After refining the cloud seed into one's body and using the corresponding secret technique, one could condense thousands of clouds and finally condense them into a white cloud that could carry one's flight. After receiving their items, Shenzong and Yunyanxin returned to their respective cloud halls. After entering the cloud hall, they activated their protective power to ensure that they would not be disturbed by the outside world. Shenzong took out his disciple token and inserted it into the card slot. Suddenly, a wall lit up and many words and patterns appeared. This was an exchange that only heaven-grade disciples could enjoy. Human-grade and earth-grade disciples had to go to the destination in person to exchange for it. Heaven-grade disciples did not need to do so. They could exchange directly in their own cloud halls and wait for someone from the sect to deliver it to them. The cloud condensing technique was a grade 3 secret technique that every White Cloud Mountain disciple had to exchange for. It did not cost any contribution points. Its function was to use the cloud seed as the foundation to condense a white cloud. Shenzong only glanced at it and directly listed the cloud condensing technique on his list of must-haves. Next, it should be a cultivation secret technique. Shenzong opened the secret technique section and carefully checked it. Cultivation secret techniques were the key. It was the foundation of cultivation. A high-level cultivation secret technique was extremely mysterious and could even cultivate tyrannical strength. In White Cloud Mountain's martial library, there were secret techniques for chi cultivation and body refinement. Shenzong first looked at the chi cultivation secret techniques. Secret techniques were divided into spirit grade and saint grade. Saint grade corresponded to Saint Realm. Of course, Transcendent could also cultivate Saint-grade secret techniques. However, when Shenzong saw the contribution points required to exchange for a Saint-grade low-rank secret technique, he was dumbfounded. Over 1 million. A complete Saint-grade low-rank secret technique required over 1 million contribution points to exchange for. Shenzong gave up looking at the Saint-grade secret techniques and focused his attention on the Spirit-grade secret techniques. In fact, even if a transcendent cultivator could afford a saint-grade secret technique, they might not be able to cultivate it. After all, it was a Saint Realm secret technique. The gap between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was huge. Even if there was hope to cultivate it, who knew how long it would take? Qinzong first looked at the spirit grade secret techniques. There weren't many of them, only 6 in total, but 6 was actually quite a lot. Chapter 1058. White Cloud Mountain also took into consideration that it would be difficult for the disciples to exchange for martial arts techniques due to insufficient contribution points. Therefore, it was divided into several sections. For example, the White Cloud Ultimate Technique had 18 levels. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for the 13th level, 20,000 contribution points for the 14th level, and so on. 50,000 contribution points could be exchanged for the 17th level. However, to exchange for all of them, it would require 70,000 contribution points. The last level was worth 20,000 contribution points. There are 11 levels in the inferior spiritual level technique, 13 levels in the medium level, and 15 levels in the upper level. Each level increases by 2 levels. However, the supreme level technique increases by 3 levels, making it 18 levels. Qinzong squinted his eyes and stared at the exchange rules. The more levels a technique had, the more powerful it would be. This also showed that the gap between the supreme level and superior spiritual level was much greater than the gap between superior spiritual level and medium spiritual level. I have 10,000 contribution points. It seems that I can only exchange for the 13th level of the White Cloud Ultimate Technique. However, even the 13th level should be comparable to a complete superior spiritual level technique. Without hesitation, Qinzong placed the first 13 levels of the White Cloud Ultimate Technique on the must-pick list. Just like that, 10,000 contribution points were used up. Now, he couldn't even afford to exchange for other martial arts techniques. He was really short on money. However, he remembered that the newly promoted human rank and earth rank disciples only had 2,000 and 5,000 contribution points respectively. At most, they could only exchange for medium spiritual level and superior spiritual level. There were only 2 techniques on the must-pick list. One was the cloud condensing technique, and the other was the first 13 levels of the White Cloud Ultimate Technique. After Qinzong confirmed it, the 10,000 contribution points on his disciple token were immediately deducted. Soon, someone would send the cloud condensing technique and the first 13 levels of the White Cloud Ultimate Technique here. Then, Qinzong looked at the physique tempering technique. White Cloud Mountain was not a physique tempering sect. Although there were physique tempering techniques in the White Cloud Martial Library, the highest was only medium spiritual level. Qinzong looked at the martial arts techniques again. The classification of martial arts techniques was more interesting than the techniques. There were inferior spiritual level to supreme spiritual level, and then there were 5 divisions. Sky Cloud Path, Cloud Path, Fantasy Cloud Path, Cloud Path, Flying Cloud Path. Qinzong clicked on the Heavenly Cloud Path and found that there were no moves or specific content. There were only 3 sections: the upper section, the middle section, and the lower section. Exchanging for the upper section alone required 100,000 contribution points. Seeing this, Qinzong couldn't help but exhale. It seemed that he had been overthinking. Originally, he was still conflicted about which path he should choose as his major, but now it seemed that he had made his choice a little too early. After all, based on this situation, the 5 Daos should belong to the ranks of saint-level martial arts. It was just that the brochure didn't explain it clearly, so he mistakenly thought that he had to make a choice now. Of course, if he had enough contribution points, he would have made his choice right now. Unfortunately, he didn't. Right now, he had 0 contribution points. Then, he clicked on the secret technique section. As expected of an 8-star force, they had plenty of secret techniques, ranging from grade 1 secret techniques to grade 7 secret techniques. Of course, the number of grade 1 secret techniques was the highest. There were over 30 of them. The number of grade 7 secret techniques was the lowest. there was only one, and it was the secret technique that protected White Cloud Mountain. For Chenzong, the secret techniques that were useful to him were at least grade 3 secret techniques. However, any grade 3 secret technique required a lot of contribution points, at least 5,000 contribution points. As for the more advanced grade 4 secret techniques, they required 20,000 contribution points. As for the grade 5 secret techniques, they required 50,000 contribution points. Chenzong could only look at them now. There was no way he could exchange for them. After closing the secret techniques section, Chenzong's eyes casually scanned through and landed on one of the sections. It was called Transcendent Secret Techniques. Transcendent Secret Techniques? Chenzong couldn't help but wonder. What was a transcendent secret technique? What was the difference between it and a secret technique? With great curiosity, Chenzong clicked on it. Fire secret technique. Water secret technique. Earth secret technique. Metal secret technique. Wood secret technique. Wind secret technique. Thunder secret technique. Ice secret technique. Cloud secret technique. There were more than a dozen secret techniques listed. Chenzong clicked on the fire secret technique to take a look. There were 9 levels in total. The other secret techniques also had 9 levels. These secret techniques could also be exchanged for level by level. However, the first level alone required 1,000 contribution points. The second level required 5,000 contribution points, and the third level required 10,000 contribution points. The higher the level, the more contribution points were required. Transcendent secret techniques. Chenzong couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. For a moment, he felt that he knew too little. He had never heard of transcendent secret techniques. Could it be? Chenzong couldn't help but make a guess, but he couldn't be sure. Maybe I can ask Senior Sister Yu, Chenzong said to himself. Yu Nianxin came from the Tempest sect, a 7-star force, so she should know. Chenzong made a prompt decision. He took out his disciple token, and the wall in front of him returned to normal. As soon as he walked out of the cloud hall, a white cloud drifted toward him. When the white cloud dissipated, a middle-aged man approached Chenzong and asked, "Are you the heaven-ranked disciple Chenzong, the master of the 212th Cloud Hall?" "I'm Chenzong." Chenzong nodded. "May I ask who you are, Senior?" The man's aura was very vigorous, and his cultivation was much higher than his. Chenzong thought it was normal for him to call him Senior. However, the man's eyes flashed when he heard Chenzong call him Senior. "Please show me your disciple token. I need to confirm your identity." After seeing Chenzong's disciple token, he confirmed that the man in front of him was his target, Chenzong. He waved his hand, and 2 pieces of white jade flew toward Chenzong. "These are the items you exchange for." Chenzong's eyes lit up, and he caught the 2 pieces of inheritance spiritual jades. "Thank you, Senior." Chenzong thanked him. "I'm the deacon of the armory. My surname is Li. You don't have to call me Senior. Call me Deacon Li." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Do you have any other questions?" "May I ask, Deacon Li, what is the transcendent secret technique?" Chenzong had a sudden thought and asked. Since the man was the deacon of the White Cloud Mountain Armory, he must know. "You don't know?" Deacon Li asked with a surprised look. "Deacon Li, I'm from a 4-star sect in the lower province. I've never heard of the transcendent secret technique," Chenzong said with a smile. His tone was not the least bit ashamed of his lowly background. Instead, he was calm and composed. Deacon Li certainly knew that Chenzong was one of the participants in the ancient war city. He expected that Chenzong was from the lower province, but he was shocked and couldn't believe that he was from a 4-star sect. However, Chenzong didn't have to lie about it. The transcendent secret technique is a special cultivation method to cultivate the transcendent secret technique, Deacon Li said with a smile. Chenzong's eyes lit up as his guess was confirmed. After a cultivator comprehended the transcendent secret technique, they would need to cultivate the transcendent secret technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult to improve. If a cultivator who hasn't comprehended the transcendent secret technique can cultivate the first stage of the transcendent secret technique, it would be easier for them to comprehend the transcendent secret technique. Deacon Lee, if I cultivate more transcendent secret techniques, wouldn't I be able to master more transcendent secret techniques? Chenzong asked in a serious tone. In theory, yes. However, after mastering one type of transcendent secret power, the difficulty of mastering a second type will increase by many folds. The difficulty of mastering a third type will be even greater. Deacon Lee said solemnly, even transcendent secret techniques cannot reduce this difficulty. In Deacon Lee's words, the transcendent secret technique could indeed help a cultivator comprehend and master the transcendent secret technique faster, but it was only limited to the first one. As for the second, or even more, it was no different from not having any transcendent secret technique. Of course, the biggest role of the transcendent secret technique was to cultivate the transcendent secret technique to a higher level. As far as I know, one of the conditions for breaking through from the transcendent realm to the saint realm is to cultivate one of the transcendent secret techniques to the extreme. Deacon Lee smiled slightly. Hearing this, Chenzong couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Unfortunately, he didn't have any contribution points. You're worried about contribution points. Deacon Lee smiled mysteriously. I know of a way to obtain contribution points. Please enlighten me. Chenzong's eyes lit up. I believe you already know how to obtain contribution points in the sect. I'll tell you something that isn't recorded in that book. Deacon Lee smiled even more mysteriously. The cloud condensing technique is used to condense a white cloud. The normal standard is to condense a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter in 3 months. The more powerful ones can condense a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter in 2 months or even 1 month. Chenzong listened carefully and felt that the way to obtain contribution points might have something to do with the cloud condensing technique. If you can condense a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter in a month, you'll be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points from the sect hall. If you can condense a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter in half a month, you'll be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points plus 1,000 contribution points. If you break the record, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points plus 6,000 contribution points. The current record is 12 days. So, if you're confident, don't change your secret technique. Instead, focus on cultivating the cloud condensing technique. Try to master it within a month and obtain contribution points as a reward. This is a hidden task of the sect. It's a kind of incentive for new disciples. Deacon Lee smiled. As for why it wasn't recorded in the book or published, there might be a reason, but Chenzong didn't intend to delve into it. Work hard, Deacon Lee said. Deacon Lee said as he condensed the riding white cloud once again. He rode the riding white cloud that was now 6 meters long and 5 meters wide and quickly left. Cloud condensing technique. Cloud condensing technique. Contribution points. Chenzong couldn't help but clench his fists. The sect calculated the cultivation of the cloud condensing technique according to the time it took to obtain the cloud condensing technique. It didn't matter if one cultivated it or not. If that's the case, I'll put down my secret technique and focus on cultivating the cloud condensing technique. I'll try to break the record, Chenzong said to himself. That's right. Chenzong's goal was to break the record. If he could condense a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter in a month, he would only be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. It was nothing. At most, he could exchange it for a level 1 transcendent technique. It was useless. At least, he had to obtain 5,000 contribution points as a reward. However, 10,000 contribution points would be the best. Chenzong left and returned to the Cloud Hall. He took out the cloud condensing technique Inheritance Jade and read the information inside. There was a lot of information about the cloud condensing technique. It was very mysterious. Chenzong was completely immersed in it. His super understanding came into play, and he gradually understood it. Chapter 10:59. The cloud condensing technique was a third-grade secret technique. It was quite mysterious and difficult to cultivate. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating was closely related to one's ability. The profound cloud pill had strengthened Chunzong's already strong perception, making it easier for him to comprehend the mysteries of the cloud condensing technique. However, it was a pity that the effects of one profound cloud pill could only last for 2 hours. Chunzong did not plan to take the other 2 profound cloud pills. After half a day, Chunzong had completely comprehended the mysteries of the cloud condensing technique. After comprehending it, Chunzong rested for a while and adjusted himself. Then he took out the cloud seed and refined it with the cloud condensing art. Spirit energy spread out and swirled like clouds, wrapping around the cloud seed and penetrating it from all directions. His powerful spiritual sense continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the cloud seed. Within the cloud seed, there were countless veined patterns. Upon closer inspection, they looked like tunnels that crisscrossed in all directions, weaving back and forth in an incomparably mysterious manner. Chunzong's spirit energy slowly penetrated the cloud seed and flowed through the channels. Every channel had to be filled to the brim in order to successfully refine the cloud seed. The cloud seed was only the size of a thumb, but there were 10,000 channels inside. Each channel was extremely fine, so it was difficult to inject spirit energy into them. It required sufficient control over one's own spirit energy and a strong enough spiritual sense to be able to fully utilize it. Most White Cloud Mountain disciples would need a month just to refine the cloud seed, and another 2 months or so to cultivate the cloud condensing technique. In total, it would take about 3 months. However, Chunzong's spiritual sense had reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. His control over his own spirit energy was also extremely high, benefiting from his past accumulation and hard work. Thus, the spirit force entered the first channel in the cloud seed like a thread and quickly spread through the channel. It filled up the channel and then quickly split into 2 more channels. For more channels, with full concentration, Chunzong used his powerful spiritual sense to explore and control his spirit energy, injecting it into 10 channels at the same time, quickly filling them up. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, Chunzong was still channeling his spiritual power into the cloud seed. The amount of spirit energy a cloud seed could hold wasn't actually that much. Even an ordinary first-order transcendent realm cultivator would be able to fill it to the brim. The difficulty lay in controlling one's spirit energy, which was extremely taxing on one's mind and spiritual sense. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul sense and mind were strong enough. 4 hours. 6 hours. All of a sudden, the cloud seed released a ball of intense and dazzling white light. The halo spread out like water ripples. Chunzong felt that he had established a close connection with the cloud seed, like an arm and a finger. After refining the cloud seed, the next step was naturally to use the cloud seed as a foundation to cultivate the cloud condensing technique and condense the white clouds in the sky. White Cloud Mountain was 10,000 meters tall. Clouds began to appear at 3,000 meters. The higher one went, the thicker the clouds became. Outer sect heaven-ranked disciples like Chunzong lived at a height of 7,000 meters. Clouds were everywhere, and to cultivate the condensing cloud technique, one had to be in a place with clouds. The thicker the clouds, the better the effect. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Even if the clouds were as thick as a solid substance, one still had to consider one's absorption ability. Chunzong began to cultivate the condensing cloud technique. Clouds began to gather from all directions, with the cloud seed as the center, like 100 rivers converging to the sea. Clouds circled around the cloud seed, like invisible silkworms spitting silk, gradually increasing in size. The density of the clouds here was just right for him to cultivate the condensing cloud technique, so there was no need to go elsewhere. As soon as he started cultivating the condensing cloud technique, Chunzong knew that it wouldn't be easy. The difficulty was not that it was difficult to cultivate, but that it was very easy to cultivate. As long as one understood it thoroughly, it would be very easy to cultivate. However, The speed of condensing the clouds was not fast. Strands of clouds were absorbed and condensed into the cloud seed. That cloud of clouds revolved around the cloud seed and grew bit by bit. At this speed, it was not easy to condense a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter. If comprehending the condensing cloud technique was a test of comprehension, refining the cloud seed was a test of one's control of spiritual power. Then condensing the clouds was a test of one's patience. Chunzong was completely immersed in it, eliminating all distracting thoughts. With the support of his strong soul and spiritual sense, he continued to use the condensing cloud technique to condense thousands of clouds. Even so, after a day, Chunzong felt tired and had to stop to regulate his breathing. After regulating his breathing, he used the condensing cloud technique again and repeated the process. In the other cloud halls, there were also some new disciples comprehending the condensing cloud technique and refining the cloud seed. Some even began to use the condensing cloud technique to condense clouds. These people happened to know the hidden rule of White Cloud Mountain. Of course, not everyone knew about it. Only a small number of people knew about it. I must break the record and get the 10,000 contribution points reward. The eyes of the person in the 208th Cloud Hall were extremely sharp. He stared at the fluctuating clouds in front of him and said loudly. It seemed that he was very confident about breaking the record. Yun Yinshin was also cultivating the condensing cloud technique, constantly condensing clouds. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly. Chunzong had completely forgotten about the first 13 levels of the White Cloud Ultimate Technique. He was wholeheartedly focused on the condensing cloud technique. On the 9th day, Chunzong stopped cultivating. His eyes were filled with joy as he stared at a white cloud in front of him. It was at least 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. It looked soft and fluffy. It was white and flawless, like an oversized cotton candy. Although it looked soft, when Chunzong pressed his palm on it, he could feel a sense of toughness. The deeper he went, the stronger the toughness and resistance. It even produced a rebounding force that wanted to push Chunzong's palm away. Chunzong estimated that this rebounding force was equivalent to the strength of a level 1 Dragon Power Realm body refiner. Not bad. Chunzong revealed a smile and nodded his head. Then, he leaped lightly and landed on the white cloud that was 1 meter in radius. Just as he landed, the white cloud in the sky swayed, and even Chunzong's body became unstable, almost falling. Fortunately, Chunzong's control of his body was very good, and he managed to stabilize himself in time. However, this was his first time riding the white cloud. Even if it was his own white cloud, it was normal for him to be inexperienced. After about 10 breaths, Chunzong had completely stabilized himself. With a thought, the white cloud under his feet floated forward. It wasn't fast because Chunzong was trying. The white cloud was condensed using the cloud seed as the foundation. The cloud seed was refined by him and had a close connection with him. In other words, the white cloud was closely connected to him. Chunzong tried again and again. After 10 tries, Chunzong could already control the white clouds very well. He could fly at high speed within the cloud hall. This speed was even faster than when he didn't use his movement skill. Let's go outside and try, Chunzong said to himself, opening the cloud hall's protective barrier and riding the white cloud out. The 1 meter wide white cloud was the lowest level of white cloud flight. It also had the lowest increase in speed, only 1%. For example, Chunzong's current cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent 5th layer. If he pushed his spirit energy to the limit and didn't use his movement skill, assuming his speed was 1,000 meters per breath, then the 1 meter wide white cloud flight would allow Chunzong to reach a speed of 1,010 meters per breath. The increase was very small, but it was better than nothing. However, in the Lingwu Holy World, only those who had reached the Saint Realm could fly with their own strength. Transcendents couldn't do so. Therefore, Transcendents who possessed the white cloud flight had an advantage over others. Moreover, the more condensed the white cloud flight was, the faster it would increase its speed. 2%, 3%. This increase was becoming more and more obvious. After leaving the Cloud Palace, Chunzong rode on the white clouds in the sky and traveled at full speed with ease. Although it was slower than using the heavenly crane-chasing wind movement skill, he could fly at a high altitude. This was not something that could be achieved by using a movement skill. Moreover, as he continued to improve, his speed would also continue to increase. After circling the sky a few times, Chunzong flew towards the sect hall. White Cloud Mountain was 10,000 meters high. In the entire sky-bearing sky territory, it was a famous mountain. Although it wasn't the tallest, it was still ranked in the top 3. The mountain was so tall that it covered a large area. It had a radius of several thousand kilometers, and there were many peaks of different sizes. The large peaks were over 100 kilometers high, while the small peaks were several kilometers high. For example, the Cloud Hall of the Outer Sect Heaven-ranked disciples was located on a mountain peak that was over 20 kilometers wide. The Sect Hall was located on another mountain peak. If one used a movement skill, they would first have to jump down the mountain and reach the bottom. Of course, the bottom of the mountain wasn't the bottom of White Cloud Mountain, because no matter the size of the mountain, the bottom of the mountain was at least 5 kilometers high. The royal flying cloud flew past quickly, crossing the void between the mountains. After half an hour, Chunzong landed outside the sect hall, and the white cloud under his feet dissipated. Stepping into the sect hall, Chunzong immediately stated his purpose for coming. Summon your flight cloud technique. The sect hall elder stared at Chunzong and said unhurriedly. With a thought from Chunzong, tens of thousands of clouds surged forth and gathered under his feet. In a short period of time, a white cloud with a radius of 1 meter was formed. It carried Chunzong's body and slowly floated into the air. Then, it quickly circled around the sect affairs hall before landing back down. Give me your disciple token, the sect hall elder said again. He verified it, and then his eyes widened. The verification was correct. This person was indeed a new disciple, and it had only been 9 days since he entered White Cloud Mountain. In other words, he only spent 9 days to master the cloud condensing technique. The original record was 12 days, and this record was broken. Very good. You've broken the record and set a new record. You'll be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. You'll be rewarded with 1,000 and 5,000 contribution points in 1 month and half a month, respectively. The sect affair hall's elder was all smiles as he immediately transferred 16,000 contribution points to Chunzong's disciple token. Thank you, sect hall elder. Chunzong took the token and bowed. Chunzong, right? Cultivate well. I hope to see you shine one day. The sect hall elder said with a smile. I'll keep that in mind. Chunzong said, I'll take my leave now. Go. Cultivate well. Once again, he summoned the flight cloud technique and quickly flew to the sky peak of the outer sect's heaven-ranked disciples. Chunzong pondered. What should he exchange 16,000 contribution points for? Chapter 1060. Elder, please give me 16,000 contribution points as a reward. I've broken the record. A young man rushed into the sect hall and declared loudly. What record? The elder frowned slightly and asked in a serious tone. The record for cultivating the cloud condensing technique. The young man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was angular and full of masculinity. The aura around him was powerful, indicating he was a 7th-layer transcendent realm master. I spent 11 days to condense a 1-meter-long white cloud, breaking the record of 12 days. Give me your disciple token. The elder was slightly surprised at first, but soon smiled and said. The young man took out his disciple token and handed it to the elder. The elder checked it and confirmed it was true, so he transferred 6,000 contribution points to it and returned it to the young man. If you had been 1 step ahead, you would have indeed broken the record, but unfortunately, before you, someone else had already broken the record, so you didn't break the record, the elder said. Who was it? Who actually broke the record 1 step ahead of me? Xiaoming Lang? The young man's face suddenly changed, his eyes flashing a sharp cold light, his aura fluctuating like a surging tide. This person's name is Chunzong. a new heaven grade disciple, and he spent 9 days. The sect hall elder said with a smile, "However, you were able to cultivate the cloud condensing technique in 11 days. It is indeed extraordinary. Keep up the good work." "Many thanks for the information, elder." The name Chen Zong echoed in Xia Minglang's ears, and a figure appeared in his mind, the one he had crossed paths with in midair not long ago. White Cloud Scatter Hands. This was White Cloud Mountain's martial art, a top-grade spirit grade martial art, but it was one of the top-grade spirit grade martial arts, incomparable. Under the White Cloud Scattered Hands, there were naturally sword arts, saber arts, palm arts, finger arts, and other top-grade spirit grade martial arts, but some of them were created by White Cloud Mountain's masters based on the mysteries of the White Cloud Scattered Hands. Chun Zong carefully studied the White Cloud Scattered Hands. This was a very strange martial art, with a total of 7 moves. These 7 moves were not necessarily related to each other, nor are they differentiated by strength. The only difference was the type. One was a palm technique, one was a fist technique, one was a finger technique, one was a leg technique, one was a sword technique, one was a saber technique, and one was a hammer technique. Chun Zong was left speechless by the 30,000 contribution points required for each move. One had to know that the other superior grade spirit level martial arts would only be exchanged for 30,000 to 40,000 spirit level martial arts. This White Cloud Scattering Hand was almost worth a complete superior grade spirit level martial art. It was really shocking. Chun Zong also looked at the other spiritual level sword techniques, and finally decided to choose the one in by Yun San. Of course, Chun Zong didn't have 30,000 contribution points. Fortunately, the exchange for each move of White Cloud Sans Ho was divided into 2 parts. Exchanging for the upper part only required 10,000 contribution points, while exchanging for the lower part required 20,000 contribution points. However, after Chun Zong exchanged for it, he did not immediately practice it. He only took a quick look and knew that this move was very profound, far surpassing the clear sky sword technique. "The most important thing right now is to change my cultivation method," Chun Zong said to himself. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. White Cloud Ultimate Skill. This superior grade spirit level cultivation method was known as the top superior grade spirit level cultivation method of White Cloud Mountain. It was closely related to another superior grade spirit level cultivation method of White Cloud Mountain. Chun Zong only had 10,000 contribution points, which could only be exchanged for the first 13 levels. However, for now it was enough. Chun Zong had previously practiced the Clear Sky sword technique. Now that he had switched to the White Cloud Ultimate Skill, it would be easier for him to change his cultivation method since the nature of his spiritual power was similar. However, before he changed his cultivation method, he still needed to understand the mysteries of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill first. After that, he could practice it with half the effort. Chun Zongxian tried to comprehend it. Relying on his vast accumulation and superb comprehension ability, he comprehended layer by layer like a hot knife through butter. Very quickly, he comprehended the 10th layer. The difficulty of comprehending the 11th level suddenly increased by a lot, and it took Chun Zong an entire hour to comprehend it. Chun Zong spent an hour to understand the 12th level. Chun Zong spent a total of 4 hours to comprehend the 13th level. After he was done, he adjusted his breathing and recovered his exhausted essence, qi, and spirit. Then he began to practice. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was very rich and pure, which made it easier for Chun Zong to practice. 2 hours later, he mastered the first level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. 6 hours later, he mastered the second level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to practice. 1 day later, Chun Zong mastered the third level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. His spiritual power was very pure. On the second day, he mastered the fourth level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. On the 5th day, he mastered the 5th level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. The purity of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill's spiritual power was comparable to that of the Clear Sky sword technique. On the 10th day, Chunzong mastered the 6th level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. The purity of his spiritual power was clearly superior to that of the original Clear Sky sword technique. Thus, he began to absorb the Clear Sky sword technique's spiritual power to strengthen himself. 2 days later, Chunzong finally mastered the 7th level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. The fluctuations of his aura instantly increased, and his cultivation broke through to the early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, rapidly consolidating his foundation. The spiritual power cultivated from the 7th level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill was 70 to 80% purer than before. Coupled with the breakthrough in his cultivation, the power of his spiritual power was at least twice as strong as before. Although his overall strength hadn't doubled, it had at least doubled. Time flew by, and Chunzong spent an entire month wholeheartedly cultivating the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. Relying on his superior perception and his vast accumulation of experience, his cultivation soared, and he soon reached the 9th level of the White Cloud Ultimate Skill. As soon as the 9th layer of the White Cloud art was activated, a large amount of world's essence, qi, surged into his body. It flowed along his body's incomparably tough meridians and transformed into spirit power. It was then injected into the 6 spirit wheels in his qi sea. While refining the 6 spirit wheels, it was also constantly strengthening the 6 spirit wheels and increasing his cultivation. The spirit energy cultivated by the 9th stage of the White Cloud Extreme True Art was incomparably dense and pure. Although Chunzong's cultivation was still at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, in terms of density and purity, his spirit energy had increased by 40% and its purity by 70%. I'm almost at my limit. Chunzong thought, from now on, I won't be able to cultivate to the 10th level in a short time, but I can still cultivate the first move of the White Cloud sword style. A tyrannical cultivation base and spiritual energy was admittedly very good, but it also required the corresponding means to release its power. The more powerful the spiritual energy cultivated by the cultivation method, the more it required the corresponding martial arts in order to release its power incisively and vividly. For example, the spiritual power cultivated from the White Cloud Ultimate Skill was completely different when used to display the Clear Sky sword style and the White Cloud sword style. Every martial art had a limit to its power. A powerful secret art might be able to break through the limit of a martial art's power, but the increase in power after breaking through the limit was also very limited. For example, if the upper limit of a spirit grade low-rank sword style was 10, and the upper limit of a spirit grade top-rank sword style was 100, then a spirit grade low-rank secret art could fully display the power of a spirit grade low-rank sword style up to 10, but it would be difficult to fully display the power of a spirit grade top-rank sword style up to 100, at most 60 to 70. If a secret art was a pipe, then a martial art was water. If the pipe was not thick enough, then a large amount of water would not be able to pass through. On the other hand, if a spirit grade low-rank secret art was used to display a spirit grade low-rank secret art, they could break through the limit and exceed 10, but at most it could reach a dozen, or even 20. If a spirit grade top-rank sword style was used, then its power could reach 100. This was a combination of martial arts. Chunzong did not understand it at first, but he gradually understood it as he cultivated and accumulated experience. One of the 7 moves of the White Cloud release style was called White Cloud Jueko. It was a very straightforward name. Comprehending before cultivating was Chunzong's habit, and it was also the habit of many martial arts practitioners. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Chunzong sat cross-legged on the futon and calmed his mind. The White Cloud Juekong sword style's formula flowed through his mind, and he gradually understood its mysteries. After a while, Chunzong suddenly felt that the White Cloud Juekong sword style gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. However, Chunzong was certain that he had never come into contact with the White Cloud Juekong sword style before this. Suddenly, Chunzong thought of the extremely powerful secret art that he had named Cloud Shatter. 9,999 transformations. A light flashed through Chunzong's eyes. And by Yunjui Kong's half move contains 499 transformations. With a flash of inspiration, Chunzong came to a realization. That's right, the nameless sword style that he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace of the ancient battlefield contained the mysteries of White Cloud Juekong sword style. Or rather, the mysteries of White Cloud Juekong sword style were integrated into the nameless sword style and became a part of it. Thus, Chunzong was even more certain that the nameless sword style came from White Cloud Mountain, and that he had chosen White Cloud Mountain correctly. With the experience of comprehending the nameless sword style, he had also comprehended part of its mysteries. Thus, when comprehending White Cloud Juekong sword style, Chunzong felt very smooth. In just half a day, Chunzong had finished comprehending the nameless sword style and grasped its mysteries. Grasping the mysteries was one thing, but he still needed to cultivate to be able to truly unleash its power. Getting up, Chunzong held his sword and walked to the cultivation room at the side. It was also a sword training room. The sword training room was quite spacious, and it was the largest room in the Cloud Palace. A 2-meter-tall human figure stood in the middle. It was made of some kind of mixed metal, and its hardness was astonishing. It was comparable to a rank 3 spiritual artifact, and it also had a slight recovery ability. It was a good tool for testing martial arts. Chunzong stood properly and carefully thought back to what he had comprehended before. In his mind, a pale white sword light flashed through the air. It was like a fleeting glimpse, and it was incomparably sharp. After 10 breaths, the profound light sword was unsheathed, and the chi of heaven and earth gathered, but it was not as turbulent as before. Countless clouds also gathered and condensed in an instant, falling on the long sword. An extremely dazzling white sword light tore through the sky and slashed the human figure in the middle from a dozen meters away, leaving a faint sword mark. So powerful! Chunzong was secretly shocked. This White Cloud Juekong sword style was only at the entry level, but its power surprised Chunzong. It was even more powerful than a low-class spiritual sword style. The first half of the White Cloud Juekong sword style can be cultivated to greater mastery. I will cultivate it to greater mastery before coming out of seclusion, Chunzong thought to himself, and attacked again. For a novel to read, please visit Chapter 1061. On the 10th day, in the training room, the vast yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered in an instant, condensing into white clouds. Wisps of white flowing light shuttled through the white clouds, like a landslide or a tsunami, surging down, accompanied by thousands of clouds from all directions, all pouring into the mysterious light sword. The green dark light sword was dyed white, and it was extremely dazzling. White cloud, absolute sky. Chunzong yelled as he slashed the dark light sword in the air. The speed of the slash was shocking. The trajectory of the slash seemed very simple. It was just a simple slash, but it was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. It seemed to contain hundreds of changes, making it difficult to deal with. After the slash, there was an ear-piercing sound, as if a tough cloth was being torn apart. The white sword light was extremely condensed. It directly slashed through the 2-meter-tall humanoid prop, leaving behind a ghastly gash in it. It should be known that this prop was as tough as a Tier 3 spiritual weapon. It was extremely tough, but it was cut in half by the slash. As expected of a top spiritual sword technique, its power is indeed terrifying when it reaches greater mastery. Chunzong looked at the slash and was shocked. Previously, when he performed the green cloud absolute sky with all his strength, he could only leave a 3-inch slash. Compared to this slash, it was much deeper. 10 days. In just 10 days, Chunzong had completed half of the White Cloud Juekong move, reaching greater mastery of the sword technique. He was extremely familiar with this mastery, allowing him to unleash the full power of the sword technique. However, Chunzong could also feel that when he performed this sword technique, there was an invisible restriction. It was not as flexible and natural as when he performed it step by step. This was a restriction brought about by the realm. Only after breaking through to Transcendent Realm could he perform it freely and vividly. Although it's powerful, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. The move just now had consumed 1/10 of his spiritual energy. In other words, he could only perform it 10 times in a row. I still have 6,000 contribution points. Chunzong left the cultivation room and pondered. He had already exchanged for the first 13 layers of the White Cloud Ultimate Art. Now that he had cultivated to the 9th layer, he still needed a lot of time to cultivate to the 13th layer, so he wasn't in a hurry. The most important thing now was to exchange for the second half of White Cloud Jueco. However, it required 20,000 contribution points. 6,000 was far from enough. Should he keep the 6,000 and continue accumulating them, or exchange for something he needed? Chunzong opened the exchange column and clicked on the Transcendent Secret Technique. His gaze fell on the Cloud Secret Technique. The first and second Cloud Secret skills cost 6,000 contribution points in total. After thinking for a while, Chunzong directly exchanged for them. Not long after, a Cloud-White Inheritance Spiritual Jade was delivered to Chunzong's hands. It contained the first and second stage of the Cloud Secret Art. After being passed on once, the Spiritual Jade would automatically shatter. Whether a cultivator was strong or not was closely related to many aspects. Cultivation base, cultivation method, martial arts, transcendent powers, weapons, others. They were made up of many aspects. A single strength was very one-sided. It was like a wooden bucket made of wooden planks. If a wooden plank was longer, the water it could hold would not increase. If a wooden plank was shorter, the water it could hold would not increase. Only when every wooden plank was longer could it hold more water. Transcendent secret techniques were divided into 9 layers. This meant that transcendent powers were also divided into 9 layers. His heart sword force had reached the 2nd layer due to the 5th transformation of his mind. Now, he needed to upgrade his Azure Cloud force to the 2nd layer. It was a habit to meditate first before cultivating. Not long after, Chunzong finished comprehending the first 2 layers of the Cloud Secret Technique and began cultivating the 1st layer. Once he started cultivating, the Azure Cloud Force became the White Cloud Force. The Azure Cloud Force and the White Cloud Force were both Cloud-type transcendent powers. There was no difference in essence. The only difference was that the Azure Cloud Force was born from the Azure Cloud Sky Technique. Now that Chunzong had switched to the White Cloud Ultimate Art and cultivated the Cloud Secret Technique, the Azure Cloud Force changed and became the White Cloud Force. Chunzong was only slightly surprised by this, but he didn't resist. Next, he began cultivating the 2nd layer of the Cloud Secret Technique. Perhaps because of his previous accumulation, Chunzong cultivated the 2nd layer of the Cloud Secret Technique very quickly. In just 3 days, he had upgraded his White Cloud Force to the 2nd layer, increasing its power several times over. I wonder what level of strength I can reach now. Chunzong thought to himself, immediately thinking of the Iron Battle Steel in the ancient battlefield. He wondered what kind of star rating his sword strike could achieve on the Iron Battle Steel. It should surpass 9 stars, maybe even 10 stars, Chunzong thought to himself after comparing the 2 stars. His spirit energy had become even more powerful, and he had also cultivated a top spirit greatsword art. His White Cloud Force had reached the 2nd layer, and his cultivation had also broken through to the early Transcendent Realm 6th layer. With all these factors combined, his strength had greatly increased. Putting aside his speculations for the time being, Chunzong began cultivating the White Cloud Ultimate Art. The world Yuan-Chi here was far superior to that of Floating Cloud territory. Even Floating Cloud Palace's flowing cloud-sealed world couldn't compare. As soon as he began circulating his secret technique, a large amount of world Yuan-Chi poured into Chunzong's body. rapidly flowing through his meridians. As his cultivation improved, his meridians would continue to expand and strengthen. Moreover, the higher his secret technique, the more obvious the expansion and strengthening of his meridians would be. Chunzong's meridians were only average in strength and width before, but after being tempered by the purple cloud true flame, they had expanded and strengthened, allowing him to surpass most cultivators of the same level. Now that he had cultivated a top spirit greatsword art, his meridians had further expanded and strengthened, allowing him to surpass most cultivators of the same level. World Yuan Qi entered his body and flowed through his meridians, quickly transforming into spirit energy and pouring into his 6 spirit wheels. His aura surged and his cultivation broke through, reaching the middle transcendent realm's 6th layer. Then, his aura rose again. The White Cloud Ultimate Art's 10th layer. With both of them breaking through, Chunzong was overjoyed. The power of the spiritual power cultivated by the 10th level of the White Cloud True Art was comparable to that of a high-grade spiritual level cultivation method. It was very terrifying. At this point, his cultivation could be considered to have come to an end, and there was no way for him to advance any further. Chunzong left the Cloud Hall, summoned White Cloud, and quickly flew away from Heaven Peak towards Cloud Battle Peak. There were many peaks on White Cloud Mountain, each with its own name and function. Cloud Battle Peak was a peak for outer sect disciples to compare notes with each other. It had comprehensive facilities to ensure that no one died or was crippled. Of course, injuries were inevitable. There was a huge arena on the Cloud Battle Peak. It was 1,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide. It was square, and it was made of huge metal plates that were 10 meters wide. Each metal plate was as hard as a Grade 1 spirit artifact, and there was a layer of energy on top of it that increased the toughness of the arena, making it harder to destroy. When Chunzong arrived, there were several dozen people standing around the Cloud Battle stage, all of them watching the fierce battle between two figures. The cultivations of these two were not ordinary, both of them at the early stage of the 7th layer Transcendent Realm. They cultivated at least spirit grade top-rank secret techniques, and their martial arts were also spirit grade top-rank martial arts, both of them having reached the impeccable realm. Every move they made was filled with astonishing power. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk every time they collided, an astonishing shockwave would spread out in all directions, creating a raging storm. Chunzong landed on a small hill and carefully observed the battle. The two people on the stage were indeed very strong. If placed in floating cloud field, they would be able to sweep away all opposition and challenge opponents above their realms. Whether it was their secret technique, martial arts, or combat experience, they were all very profound. However, when Chunzong put himself in their shoes, he quickly discovered that although these two people were not weak, they were still not his opponents. After a few moments of fierce fighting, it was difficult to determine the outcome. If you can take this move of mine, it's your win. One of the two suddenly said, waving his arms and assuming a posture as if he was about to soar into the sky. An astonishing aura suddenly erupted from his body as World Yuan Qi surged and gathered around him, filling the air with white clouds. His opponent seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed abruptly. His figure flashed, and a gust of wind swept up as he rushed towards his opponent. He was like a tornado, and his power was extremely tyrannical. His legs continuously blasted out, as if they could shatter mountains. White cloud scattering hands. White cloud mountain crushing palm. That person's expression was solemn. He slowly stretched out his right hand while his left hand pressed against the back of his right hand. Just as his right hand was about to straighten out, it suddenly shook. With a boom, it was like the sound of thunder from the heavens. It was incomparably oppressive, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Countless ripples spread out from the center of his right palm. The clouds in the sky fell like lightning and fused into his palm. It was a mixture of spirit chi and white cloud force. It absorbed tens of thousands of clouds and blasted out in an instant. A gust of wind blew, mighty and powerful, capable of destroying mountains. A huge palm print, glowing with dense white light, also broke through the air. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed into a vacuum, directly hitting the opponent and suppressing him, making it difficult for him to move. I admit defeat. The opponent's face was extremely shocked. His cheeks were deformed by the gust of wind, and even his voice became chaotic and erratic. The moment he admitted defeat, the person who attacked quickly changed the direction of his palm print and bombarded it from the opponent's side. The turbulent wind caused by the attack made the opponent's body sway incessantly. The palm bombarded the protective force at the edge of the ring, causing an astonishing boom and countless ripples, as if a huge stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. I didn't expect you to exchange for the white cloud scattering palm technique. Feeling the amazing power, the person who admitted defeat smiled bitterly. He was terrified. If he hadn't admitted defeat, he would have been seriously injured. That wouldn't have been good. It's only half a move. The opponent laughed and was very carefree. It was really amazing that half a move of the white cloud scattering palm technique was so powerful. Chunzong's eyes flashed. Half a move of the white cloud scattering palm technique was already so powerful. His white cloud emptiness sword was definitely not weak. After the winner was decided, the two people jumped down from the cloud fight ring one after another to give way to the others. Chunzong, do you dare to fight with me to see who's better? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, many eyes swept over and fell on Chunzong's face. Chunzong quickly looked over and saw a pair of eyes full of fighting spirit. In the depths of those eyes, there was a trace of dissatisfaction and unwillingness. Gao Leping. Chapter 1062. Chunzong came from a 4-star sect in the lower province, while Gao Luping came from a 6-star sect in the central province. Facing Chunzong, Gao Luping felt a sense of superiority. Later, after the baptism of worlds Yuan Qi and the awakening of his bloodline, Gao Luping felt even more arrogant. When Chunzong was directly granted the qualifications of an outer sect heaven-grade disciple, while he had to participate in the assessment, his sense of superiority had been crushed, causing him to feel dissatisfied. Gao Luping didn't dare to target Bai Yinshan, so he targeted Chunzong. Now that Chunzong had appeared in the cloud battle arena, it was a good opportunity to give him a good beating and appease his inner dissatisfaction. Sure, Chunzong accepted Gao Luping's challenge without hesitation. It was obvious that Gao Luping's cultivation had improved greatly, reaching the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, but Chunzong wasn't afraid. Good, straightforward. Gao Luping was prepared for Chunzong's rejection and planned to use all kinds of words to provoke him into agreeing, but he hadn't expected Chunzong to be so direct, saving him a lot of effort. It just so happens that I've cultivated the 1,000 Clouds mountain shaking art to the 8th layer. Not only has my cultivation broken through, but my spirit energy has also become more vigorous and pure, making me even stronger. Gao Leping thought to himself as he leapt up without any hesitation. Like a meteor, he landed heavily on the cloud battle arena, bringing with him a shockingly vast aura. With a bang, he landed on the cloud battle arena, causing countless shockwaves to erupt. Relying on his awakened bloodline, Gao Luping became an outer sect heaven-grade disciple and naturally received 10,000 contribution points, which he used to exchange for the first 13 layers of a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art. After more than a month of hard work, he had finally completely transformed his original spirit-grade high-rank secret art into the 1,000 Clouds mountain shaking art, reaching the 8th layer. Of course, with only 10,000 contribution points, he could only exchange for the first 13 layers of a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art. Even so, Gao Luping was confident he could defeat Chunzong and teach him a lesson. He believed that his talent was far superior to his opponent's. Chinshidi, you go first, lest you say I bullied you. Gao Luping smiled coldly, directly calling Chunzong Junior Brother, obviously trying to suppress him. Junior Brother Gao, if I go first, you may not be able to handle it. Chunzong smiled, instead calling him Junior Brother. Senior's junior sister, and Chunzong's transcendent 7th layer's cultivation was transcendent realm's 7th layer, far, far, far surpassed him. And Chunzong's peak transcendent realm cultivation was far, peak 7th transcendent realm. But Gao Leping was nothing. I gave you face, but you don't want it. I'll beat your face until it's swollen. Chun SSS. Of pings. Tyrannical chi exploded from the soles of his feet as spirit energy gushed out, propelling his body forward like a bolt of lightning. Raising his hand, Chun Zong covered it in a layer of tyrannical spirit energy. World's yuan chi rolled out behind him, transforming into billowing white clouds that shuttled back and forth. This palm strike seemed capable of shattering mountains, terrifying to the extreme. It viciously flew towards Chunzong's face. If Chunzong was hit, even if he didn't die, his head would swell up like a pig's. Chunzong's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing across his eyes, like a sharp sword piercing through the air, piercing into Gao Luping's eyes, causing Gao Luping's heart to palpitate. Chunzong's palm strike struck nothing but air, a terrifying force sweeping out like a gust of wind, like thousands of sharp blades slicing through the air, leaving countless scars on the stage and bombarding the protective barrier, causing ripples to spread out. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after his palm strike missed, Gao Luping's face darkened slightly, but he reacted quickly. His palms carried the terrifying spirit energy of the 8th level of the 1,000 Clouds mountain shaking art. Every spirit energy carried a terrifying force that could shake mountains as it continuously blasted out. A gust of wind swept out, a storm raged, and a series of palm strikes bombarded in all directions. White clouds rolled down from the sky and pressed down. Gao Luping pushed his art to the extreme, causing the white clouds in the sky to condense into a cloud mountain. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire cloud battle arena, causing Chunzong to feel his body sink slightly, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. His originally light body also became heavier. But when Chunzong circulated the 10th level of the white cloud art, this pressure instantly dissipated into nothingness, unable to affect him in the slightest. The 1,000 Clouds mountain shaking art was different from the white cloud art. When fully circulated, it would produce some strange phenomena, like white clouds converging into a mountain, emitting pressure. This was the characteristic of the 1,000 Clouds mountain shaking art. However, the white cloud art did not. This art pursued the ultimate purity, seeking the truth and returning to the essence, making the spirit energy incomparably pure. It could be said that at the same level, the spirit energy cultivated by the white cloud art would surpass the 1,000 Clouds mountain shaking art in terms of purity. The dark light sword was unsheathed, and a wisp of pure white sword light tore through the sky. The clouds in the sky surged and transformed into countless sword chis. Every sword chis carried a terrifying might capable of crushing refined steel as they all charged towards Gao Leping. Just this one sword made Gao Luping's expression change greatly, giving him a feeling that he could not dodge. Fierce tiger bloodline explode. With a low shout and a tiger's roar, it was as if a fierce tiger had awakened in Gao Luping's body, rampaging through the mountain forest. A red mist rushed out of his body in an instant, rolling like smoke and fire, occupying his body. One could vaguely make out the image of a fierce tiger. The fierce tiger bloodline was one of the many bloodlines. It was relatively ordinary, but it was not ordinary either. There were very few cultivators who had a bloodline. Those who could awaken a bloodline were superior to the majority of cultivators. Once the power of the fierce tiger bloodline was stimulated, Gao Luping's aura doubled, becoming even more tyrannical. When he attacked, his speed was 30% faster, and his strength was 50% stronger. Moreover, every attack had a shocking tiger's roar that shook the heavens and earth. Every palm was filled with red chi, as if a fierce tiger was pouncing. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Was this the so-called power of the bloodline? Sure enough, once it was stimulated, the amplification of one's body was very obvious, as if it was a secret technique. What was even more surprising was that although the bloodline was similar to a secret technique, it was not a secret technique. Therefore, after the power of the bloodline was stimulated, one could use a secret technique to further enhance one's strength. Moreover, it was said that when the power of the bloodline was awakened to a certain extent, there would be other changes and one could master the bloodline's secret technique. But now, Gao Luping's bloodline had only been awakened for a short while, and he had not mastered the so-called bloodline secret technique. As for whether he could master it in the future, it was still unknown. After activating the power of the fierce tiger bloodline, Gao Luping's strength increased greatly, and he immediately became a great threat to Chunzong. Gao Luping took a deep breath as endless clouds surged forth. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the sky condensed into white clouds, bringing with it an extremely terrifying sharpness as it swept through the air and pressed down, shattering the mountain-like white clouds above Gao Luping. The clouds fell, merging with the thousands of clouds, and poured into the dark light sword. The sword trembled, as if it could not bear it. This aura caused everyone outside the cloud battle arena to be extremely shocked. White Cloud Empyrean Sword. Slash. The White Cloud Empyrean Sword was displayed by Chunzong in an instant, and he attacked with his sword. The incomparably condensed white sword light tore through the heavens and earth, destroying everything, and was unstoppable. This sword, stunning the heavens and earth, was like the heavenly light that tore through layers of dark clouds, mighty and unstoppable. Kill. Gao Luping's expression was ferocious, like the anger of a fierce tiger. The power in his body surged, and the red mist rushed forward, gathering all the power in his body. His body seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger in an instant. Under the White Cloud Empyrean Sword, all the power was torn apart. The extremely terrifying sword, through the power of the fierce tiger bloodline, broke through it and slashed Gao Luping's body. At the crucial moment, Chunzong forcefully withdrew some of his power and sent Gao Luping flying. Gao Luping crashed into the defensive power of the arena, and his body spread out, as if a painting was hung on it, and layers of ripples continuously spread out. After a few breaths of time, Gao Luping slid down from the arena. He felt his qi and blood surging, and his spiritual energy scattered. The 6 spiritual wheels in his qi si also seemed to have lost their power, and for a moment, stopped operating. His body also emitted bursts of tearing pain, and he could not help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, which contained extremely terrifying sword qi. Gao Luping also felt that at the last moment, his opponent had done his best to restrain the power of that sword, or his injuries would have been even more serious. Gao lay flat on the arena, his eyes lifeless. He had actually been defeated, and he had been defeated in a single sword strike even after he had stimulated the power of his bloodline. This kind of blow instantly shattered his inner pride and superiority. Glancing at his opponent, Chunzong ignored him and sheathed his profound light sword. Generally speaking, he already knew the level of his current strength. Next, I should go and see if there are any suitable tasks or other ways to earn contribution points, Chunzong secretly said, jumping off the cloud battle arena, summoning White Cloud, and instantly leaving. Chunzong's movements were very fast, and only after he had summoned White Cloud and left did the others finally react. Who was that person just now? I don't know, but he's very strong. Although his cultivation isn't high, he has cultivated the White Cloud Empyrean Sword. And if I'm not mistaken, he has already cultivated the White Cloud Empyrean Sword to the Grand Accomplishment stage. Middle Transcendent Realm 6th Layer Cultivation and a Grand Accomplishment stage White Cloud Empyrean Sword. Who is he? A 1 meter wide white cloud. Maybe he's a new heaven-ranked disciple who just entered our White Cloud Mountain. Impossible! A new heaven-ranked disciple can at most exchange for an incomplete spirit-grade secret art. How could he exchange for the White Cloud Empyrean Sword? There were all kinds of speculations and disbelief. Chunzong rode White Cloud and quickly returned to the heavenly peak, entering his own cloud palace. As a heaven-ranked disciple, he didn't need to go to the sect hall to check the tasks. He only needed to do it in his own cloud palace. Inserting his disciple token into the card slot, the wall in front of him lit up again. Chunzong quickly checked the tasks. There were many tasks in White Cloud Mountain, but what Chunzong was looking for now was the type that would give him enough contribution points in a short time. He didn't consider other types of tasks for the time being. After checking, Chunzong had a rough idea of what to do, so he checked some of the options. If there were any treasures that could be contributed to the sect and rewarded with contribution points, it was a type of exchange. Chapter 1063. I have 10 scarlet soul crystals and 1 purple serene soul crystal. I can exchange them for 200,000 contribution points. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly as he was tempted. The function of soul crystals was to strengthen one's soul after refinement. A stronger soul would bring about various benefits, such as stronger spiritual consciousness, sharper senses, better comprehension, and so on. This effect was undoubtedly attractive to Chunzong. However, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators. He wondered how much he would improve after refining the scarlet soul crystals. I'm not exchanging them for now. Chunzong suppressed his desire. After all, it was not easy to obtain soul crystals. It was unknown if he could obtain them again in the future. It was better to keep them for now. However, the secret art of spirit refinement that could refine soul crystals required 100,000 contribution points. This left Chunzong speechless. Contribution points were really the most important thing in White Cloud Mountain. As long as one had enough contribution points, they could exchange for what they needed. They could even ask Saint Rudiment realm experts for help. After making up his mind, Chunzong got up and left the Cloud Palace. He summoned White Cloud and quickly flew to Cloud Gate Peak. There were many portals on the Cloud Gate Peak. Each portal led to a different place. Chunzong couldn't fly to the place he wanted to go. He had to go through a portal because that place wasn't in the Sky Pillar upper region. Portals of different shapes and colors stood there. Each portal was 10 meters tall. There was also a 5-meter tall stone tablet next to each portal with the corresponding location written on it. Chunzong's gaze quickly swept over and focused on a completely pitch-black teleportation door. The teleportation door was faintly suffused with traces of aura fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. Its color was so dark that it gave one an ominous feeling. There were 3 words written on the stone tablet next to the pitch-black portal: Void Demon Island. In the Lingwu Saint world, the 36 lower provinces and 12 middle provinces were neighbors. However, they were far from the 4 upper provinces. There was a vast ocean between the Lingwu Saint world and the Sky Pillar upper province. There were many islands on the vast ocean. Some of the islands were deserted and empty. Some were inhabited by humans. However, there were some islands that were more special as they were inhabited by a large number of demon beasts or foreign races. Some of the more special islands were often used by the various sects in Sky Pillar Upper Province as training grounds for their disciples. They were also one of the ways for their sect disciples to earn contribution points. Void Demon Island was one of the special islands. Demons Outer Sect Heaven-ranked disciples had a special privilege, which was that they did not need to spend any contribution points to use the portal. Earth-ranked disciples were exempt from contribution points once a month, while human-ranked disciples were exempt from contribution points once a year. The difference was obvious. Chunzong took out his disciple token and walked into the portal of Void Demon Island. He felt a mysterious and invisible energy fall on him. It scanned the disciple token in his hand and verified Chunzong's identity. Taking a step forward, Chunzong's figure entered the portal and disappeared without a trace, as if he had been swallowed up. As if passing through a space-time tunnel, it appeared on the other side of the tunnel. It was a portal on the Void Island. This portal belonged to White Cloud Mountain. The other major forces in the Sky Pillar Upper region had their own portals located in different locations on the Void Devil Island. White Cloud Mountain's portal was located at the edge of Void Demon Island. In fact, every force's portal was located at the edge of the island. With the portal as the center, there was a layer of invisible energy within 100 meters that could prevent demons from entering. In this way, the portal could be protected from the demons on the island. It also ensured that the sect's disciples wouldn't be attacked by demons when they entered the island through the portal. After walking out of the portal, Chunzong quickly scanned his surroundings. Behind the portal was a vast ocean with rolling waves. Chunzong narrowed his eyes. He vaguely saw a layer of light screen rising from the edge of the island and spreading to the sky. Chunzong withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. The land here was pitch black and emitted a shocking demonic chi fluctuation. It was cold and evil mixed with an indescribable blazing aura fluctuation. This kind of aura was somewhat similar to the Earth Demon Abyss in Blue Wave's world. However, there were some differences when he looked at it carefully. As for the specific differences, Chunzong couldn't tell for a moment. After walking out of the protective range of the portal, the demonic chi suddenly became denser and continuously attacked from all directions. On the contrary, the heaven and earth origin energy here was thin. In other words, cultivators couldn't cultivate at all on Void Demon Island. Once their spiritual power was exhausted, they couldn't replenish it through the heaven and earth origin energy. They could only take medicinal pills or use origin stones. Chunzong's aura was incompatible with the aura of Void Demon Island. As soon as he walked out of the protective range of the portal, it was like a drop of oil falling into water, causing layers of ripples to spread out. I smell a human. It's over there. A demon with a single horn and pitch-black water drop-shaped scales all over its body had vertical eyes that emitted a shocking, bloodthirsty cold light. Its long and scarlet tongue stretched out from its big mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and swung in the air like a viper. Turning around, this demon erupted with astonishing speed, stretching out countless afterimages as it rapidly rushed in the direction of the White Cloud Mountains portal, stirring up gusts of demonic wind. Not long after, Chunzong saw a pitch-black storm approaching at an astonishing speed. Demonic chi surged, bringing with it an extremely terrifying and cold, killing intent. The smell of blood suffused the air, and it was extremely pungent. A cold light flashed in the depths of Chunzong's eyes as he drew his sword. A white sword light tore through the sky like a crescent moon and slashed towards the demon. With a swish, the sword was so fast that the demon had no time to dodge. It could only cross its arms to block. The scales on its body opened up, releasing a black light that formed a shield of air to resist. In just one breath, there was a kacha sound. The chi shield was shattered, and both of his arms were chopped off. Even his body was cut in half. Dark red blood splashed out, giving off an incomparably fishy smell. This demon was not weak. It was a level 3 demon, equivalent to a transcendent realm level 3 human. However, it was much stronger, yet it could not block Chunzong's sword. Chunzong chose to go straight ahead, which was the direction of the center of Void Demon Island. If he chose to go left or right, he would go to the other side of the island. Kill. One demon after another was killed by Chunzong. While killing demons, Chunzong spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings carefully. There were demonic herbs growing on Void Demon Island. They could be picked and brought back to White Cloud Mountain to exchange for contribution points. Demon Soundgrass. Red Demon Flower. After a while, Chunzong found 3 stalks of Demon Soundgrass and 2 red demon flowers. A stalk of Demon Soundgrass was worth 10 contribution points, while a red demon flower was worth 20 contribution points. Chunzong collected all of them into his storage ring. 2 hours later, Chunzong had killed over 100 demons. However, none of them were particularly strong. They were level 1, level 2, level 3 demons, or at most, level 4 demons. They posed no threat to Chunzong at all. During these 2 hours, Chunzong had found a total of 5 bot demon soundgrass, 4 red demon flowers, and a silver demon fruit. The silver demon fruit was even more valuable, worth 50 contribution points each. Chunzong frowned. The total value of the demonic herbs he had obtained was 180 contribution points. It was far too little. At this moment, a black cloud rolled over in front of him, exuding an astonishing demonic aura. Below it, 3 figures were running at an extremely fast speed. Chunzong narrowed his eyes and recognized that the black cloud was a half-meter-long flying demon. It held a sharp black spear in its hand and had bat-like wings on its back. It flew at an astonishing speed. Friend in front, we are disciples of White Cloud Mountain. If you have the ability, please help us. One of the 2 men and 1 woman being chased said loudly. In other words, if they were not strong enough, they should not help. They should just turn around and run. Chunzong did not say anything. Instead, he sensed the flying demons. There were several hundred of them, but each of them was only a level 4 demon. Their individual strength was not very strong. However, with several hundred of them attacking together, their momentum was terrifying. Demonic chi rolled out in waves. Ordinary Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators would die if they were to face them. Ordinary Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivators would also be doomed. Xiao! The moment the sound of wind breaking rang out, Chunzong's figure had already flown several hundred meters. His figure was extremely light, like a heavenly crane spreading its wings, soaring into the sky. Unsheathing the profound light sword, a white sword light shot out like a line between heaven and earth. The sizzling sounds were extremely ear-piercing. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter. Nothing could stop it. Wherever it passed, a layer of the void was cut open. The bodies of the flying demons were also cut in half. Even the long spears in their hands could not stop it. With just a single slash, several dozen flying demons were killed. This slash also angered the other flying demons. They all aimed their spears at Chunzong and launched a frenzied attack. Kill! The 2 men and 1 woman being chased immediately stopped and quickly turned around. Seeing Chunzong kill several dozen flying demons with a single slash, they hurriedly shouted and attacked. These 3 were all Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivators. Facing several hundred level 4 flying demons, they did not dare to fight back. However, with the help of a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, the situation was different. Kill! 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 The flying demons were killed one after another. Every time Chunzong attacked, he would kill at least 10 demons. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, the white sword light blotting out the sky. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Chapter 1064. I am Yang Jingchun, a human-ranked disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Human-ranked disciple of White Cloud Mountain, Yi Jinglan. Human-ranked disciple of White Cloud Mountain, Lin Zhongyi. After killing most of the Class 4 flying demons, the 3 of them first took a deep breath to adjust their breathing. Then, they bowed to Chunzong and reported their identities. Chunzong, a heaven-ranked disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Chunzong also reported his identity. The 3 of their eyes lit up when they heard this. So, it's Senior Brother Chun. Fortunately, we met Senior Brother Chun. Otherwise, we would be in danger, Yang Jingchun said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. The other 2 were also grateful. It was really too dangerous just now. They could have been surrounded by the demons and had no choice but to fight to the death. It's a coincidence that we met. It's nothing. Chunzong smiled. If he didn't have the strength to deal with them, he wouldn't have foolishly rushed up. Instead, he would have left as soon as possible. After all, he didn't know these 3 people. Senior Brother Chun, we were chased by the flying demons because we found this thing. Yang Jingchun flipped his palm. With a flash of light, a pitch-black crystal appeared in his hand. It was about the size of a duck egg and had a smooth surface. It emitted traces of pure, dark, demonic energy. This is... Staring at the pitch-black crystal, Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. The Treasure Exchange Illustrated Handbook of White Cloud Mountain flashed through his mind, and he quickly searched for information about the pitch-black crystal in front of him. Demon Spirit Crystal? Yes, it's the demonic spiritual crystal. Yang Jingxian smiled. The demonic spiritual crystal is very important to the demons. It's as important as vitality stones to us humans, maybe even more important. The Treasure Exchange Guide of White Cloud Mountain had pictures and detailed records of the demonic spiritual crystal. The demonic spiritual crystal was very important to the demons. It was one of their sources of power. Demonic spirit crystals were also divided into different grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and even top grade. The demonic spiritual crystal that Yang Jingxian took was a low grade one. A low grade demonic spiritual crystal could be exchanged for 100 contribution points. As for medium grade demonic spiritual crystal, its price was even higher at 1,000 contribution points. If it was a high grade demonic spiritual crystal, it could be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points. As for supreme grade demonic spiritual crystal, it could be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. Where did you get your demon crystals? Chunzong asked. He needed a large amount of contribution points, and the magic potions that he had found were not even worth 200 contribution points. To him, it was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. If he could find a large number of demonic spirit crystals, he would be able to obtain a large number of contribution points. It's in a demon lake in the Central District, Yi Jinglan said softly. The Central District. Before coming here, Chunzong had done some research on Void Demon Island. It was divided into the Inner District, the Central District, and the Outer District. The outer area was the most peripheral area. Generally, it was inhabited by level 1 to level 3 magical beasts. Occasionally, level 4 magical beasts would appear. The Central District was mainly inhabited by level 4 to level 6 demons, but occasionally there were level 7 demons. As for the Central District, there were at least level 7 demons, and the most powerful ones were level 9 demons or even more powerful brigadier generals. A brigadier general was a powerful demon that was stronger than a class 9 demon, but not as strong as a demon general. In terms of level, it was equal to a semi-saint among human practitioners. Chunzong and the others were now in the Outer District. However, they were very close to the Central District. They were only 10,000 meters away. Yang Jingxian and the other two pointed out the exact location of the Demon Lake to Chunzong. However, they did not follow him because they had been on Void Demon Island for a while and had obtained some things. They planned to bring them back to exchange for contribution points, and then exchange them for what they needed to improve their strength. Senior Brother Chun, goodbye. Senior Brother Chun, we'll take our leave first. The three of them bowed and turned to leave. Chunzong retracted his gaze and stared ahead. He took a step forward. The clear cry of a heavenly crane could be vaguely heard. His body floated in the air as if a heavenly crane was riding the wind. Chunzong had already cultivated the heavenly crane wind chaser body technique to the extreme. He had mastered body intent and was extremely fast. In a place like Void Demon Island, it was undoubtedly more suitable to use body technique than summon White Cloud. Soon, Chunzong entered the Central District and rushed in the direction of the so-called Demon Lake. There were many demons on Void Demon Island. As soon as Chunzong stepped into the Central District, a level 5 demon appeared and attacked him quickly. However, it could not withstand Chunzong's sword and died instantly. With Chunzong's current strength, even a level 6 demon would not be able to withstand Chunzong's sword, unless it was a level 6 elite demon. Among the demons, there were also so-called geniuses, just like human cultivators. However, the geniuses of human cultivators were mainly divided by talent, while the demons were divided by bloodline. Ordinary bloodline, elite bloodline, and super bloodline represented ordinary demons, elite demons, and super demons. At the same level, elite demons were naturally more powerful than ordinary demons, and super demons were more powerful than elite demons. It could be said that elite demons were far more powerful than ordinary demons of the same level, while super demons were powerful demons that could fight across levels. After killing more than a dozen level 5 demons and a level 6 demon, Chunzong saw the so-called demon lake. The lake was pitch black and rippled with light. It was several thousand meters wide. Chunzong stood at the edge of the lake and focused his eyes. A sharp light flashed as he saw the demon spirit crystals at the bottom of the lake. They were like pebbles at the bottom of a stream. Chunzong instantly made a grasping motion, condensing his spirit power into a palm, intending to grab a handful of demon spirit crystals. However, Chunzong discovered that the moment his spirit power palm touched the demon spirit lake, it was weakened. Once it entered the lake, it was continuously weakened to the extreme. There was simply no way for him to grab the demon spirit crystals. The lake looked very deep. The edge of the lake was 3 or 4 meters deep, and it deepened toward the center. It could be more than 10 meters deep. Chunzong reached into the lake and found that it was cold and gloomy, but it also contained an amazing demonic aura. It could erode the human body and cause damage, but it was very subtle unless it was exposed for a long time. Without any hesitation, Chunzong plunged into the lake and quickly dived to the bottom. The demon lake was very cold. The aura it contained wrapped around Chunzong's body from top to bottom. It constantly invaded and tried to destroy Chunzong's body. However, when Chunzong activated the purple flame dragon power, he completely resisted this aura. The purple cloud true flame was a rare flame of heaven and earth, and it had a miraculous effect against this kind of cold aura. Its resistance was many times better than spiritual power, and its consumption was also much lower. The demon lake was not only cold, but also very dense and heavy. It was at least 20 to 30 times heavier than ordinary water. However, it did not affect Chunzong's speed. In a flash, Chunzong rushed to the bottom of the lake. He grabbed several demon spiritual crystals with both hands and quickly put them into his storage ring. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong grabbed more than 30 demon spiritual crystals and put them into his storage ring. This was worth more than 3,000 contribution points, which made Chunzong secretly happy. Although it was not a lot and not enough to exchange for what he needed, at the bottom of the demon lake, he could see that there were more than these 30 demon spiritual crystals. It was just that they were scattered everywhere, so it would take some time to collect them. When Chunzong quickly rushed to the next demon spiritual crystal, a strong sense of crisis swept over him. A black light pierced through the bottom of the lake at an amazing speed. It carried a terrible force, as if it wanted to smash Chunzong's body into pieces. Chunzong had already raised his vigilance and prepared for any possible danger. He dodged in an instant. However, more and more black lights shot over, one after another, dozens of them in a row. Some of them even flew over from all directions at an extremely fast speed. Each of them carried a terrible power, enough to kill a 5th-class demon and injure a 6th-class demon. One had to know that ordinary demon beasts were very strong, much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level. Therefore, each of these black lights had the power to kill an ordinary 6th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. The power of dozens of them was even more terrifying. If he was hit at the same time, Chunzong would not be able to withstand it. It was difficult to use any movement skills in the water, but Chunzong's control of his body was very good. He unsheathed his profound light sword and split the water at the bottom of the lake, shattering the black lights. He also took advantage of the momentum to quickly avoid the other black lights. With his left hand, Chunzong quickly collected more than a dozen demon spiritual crystals from the bottom of the lake into his storage ring and rushed up. Because the demon beasts at the bottom of the lake were enraged. A human dared to sneak into its territory and collect demon spiritual crystals without the slightest scruple, not putting it in its eyes at all. Damn it! Damn it all! The demon beast was furious and charged at Chunzong. This was a terrifying demon with 3 ferocious python heads. It also had 4 thick limbs and a fish-like tail. With a flick of its tail, It unleashed an astonishing power, pushing away tens of thousands of tons of lake water as it charged forward. Chunzong's body directly rushed out of the water. At the same time, 3 huge black snake heads covered in sharp thorns also rushed out of the lake. They opened their bloody mouths and viciously bit at Chunzong's body. The heads were even larger than Chunzong's body. They could easily swallow Chunzong whole. Chunzong did not even turn his head. He swung his profound light sword, and a sharp sword light pierced through the air, directly slashing at the snake head closest to him. The tyrannical sword light burst forth and cut off the snake head. However, the snake head was unharmed. After landing, Chunzong's figure quickly rushed forward. The demon beast also rushed out of the lake. Its huge body appeared on the surface of the lake. The eyes on the 3 snake heads were incomparably sharp and cold, causing one's heart to palpitate. So strong, Chunzong stared at the huge, 3-headed demon beast in front of him and was secretly shocked. This demon beast was a level 6 demon, but its aura was very amazing, completely incomparable to that of an ordinary level 6 demon beast. Elite Demon, Chunzong secretly said, a little excited in his heart. Thinking about it, there were a lot of demon spiritual crystals at the bottom of the demon lake, estimated to be more than 1,000, but no other demons came to compete for them, which was enough to prove its strength. Elite Demon Beast. Boom, boom, boom. The 3-headed demon beast broke out an extremely terrible aura. With a slap of its tail, an amazing amount of lake water rose into the sky and turned into a huge wave, blasting toward Chunzong. Following that, the 3 heads of the fiendish demon trembled and shot out 3 beams of black light. They were like 3 terrifying cannons, carrying a terrifying power as they bombarded the fiendish demon. Chunzong stepped forward and avoided the attack of the 3-headed snake demon at an amazing speed. His figure was incomparably light, and he appeared beside the 3-headed snake demon. He used all his strength and slashed with his sword. Chapter 1065. White Cloud Emptiness Sword. Chop. Chunzong directly consumed 1/10 of his spirit chi to display a tyrannical sword. The white cloud sword light was like a line between heaven and earth, splitting the world. The 3-headed snake demon's body was covered in extremely tough scales that could withstand the cutting of a 3rd-grade spirit sword. But under this terrifying sword light, it couldn't resist at all and was directly torn apart. Dark red demon blood splashed and fell on the rippling lake, quickly spreading out. The 3-headed snake demon's huge body collapsed like a building, and with a bang, the lake waters surged endlessly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong activated the purple flame dragon force to cover his body and quickly dived to the bottom of the lake to search for demon spirit crystals. The lake water was chaotic, completely interfering with his vision, so Chunzong spread out his spirit sense to cover the bottom of the lake and quickly searched. 1, 2, 3. Chunzong's movements were very fast, taking advantage of the 3-headed snake demon's killing spree, and before the other demons arrived, he did his best to plunder the demon spirit crystals. Every low-grade demon spirit crystal represented 100 sect contribution points. It was much more cost-effective than searching for magic herbs all over the place. Chunzong stretched out his hands and began to frantically plunder. Suddenly, his heart jumped slightly, and he felt a kind of palpitating feeling. Chunzong didn't hesitate and immediately rushed out of the lake with all his strength, breaking out of the water and displaying the heavenly crane wind chaser movement skill to the extreme. As soon as he rushed out of the lake, Chunzong caught a glimpse of several demons in the distance from the corner of his eyes, all of them emitting a murderous aura. Impressively, they were all 6th-grade demons. If they were just ordinary demons, they would naturally pose no threat to Chunzong. However, a black and silver figure suddenly appeared in the sky behind those few demons. It spread its wings, giving off the feeling of a sharp blade that sliced through the sky. It was a 6th-grade demon that looked like an eagle, but the aura it exuded was even more tyrannical than the three demons. A super demon. This was a sixth-order monster demon with a super bloodline, comparable to an ordinary seventh-order monster demon. It was even stronger than an ordinary seventh-order transcendent realm cultivator. Qinzong did not have the confidence to fight against it. Of course, Qinzong did not think that he would lose, but the situation was very unfavorable for him, as there were other sixth-level demons attacking him. First, he would leave this place and return a white cloud mountain. Then, he would exchange the demonic spirit crystals and other items he had obtained for contribution points. In short, the Lake of Demons was here, and he wouldn't leave. He could come back next time. The speed of the flying demon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it overtook the several class 6 demons in front of it and approached Qinzong. With a flap of its wings, wind blades slashed through the air, leaving extremely sharp traces, which made people's scalp numb. It was as if Qinzong had eyes on the back of his head. He nimbly dodged the attacks of the wind blades, and with a backhand swing of his sword, a white sword light shot out like a crescent moon. However, the demon did not dodge. It waved its right arm, and its sharp claws tore through the air, directly shattering the sword light. One sword strike after another, sword chi swept out wildly, blocking the demon and taking advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, the demon was very tyrannical. It broke through the attack of Qinzong's sword chi and approached Qinzong, fiercely clawing at Qinzong's back. This claw made Qinzong's face change greatly, as if his body was about to be torn apart. Turning around, Qinzong's sword collided with the demon's claw. A terrible force surged through the sword, making Qinzong's hand numb. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt like it was about to be torn apart, and his arm trembled. Qinzong's face was calm, but he was shocked in his heart. Although his body-refining realm cultivation was only at the peak of the third layer of Dragon Power Realm, his strength was definitely not weak. This showed that the demon's strength was even more terrifying. If his body-refining realm cultivation was not at the third layer of Dragon Power Realm, he would not be able to resist. Even so, Qinzong's figure was forced to retreat. He directly borrowed the force to retreat at an even faster speed, widening the distance between them. The demon's face was ferocious, and its blue eyes emitted a terrible, killing intent. Once again, it clawed at Qinzong. After a long time of evolution, the demons on Void Demon Island gradually understood the human language and could speak some of it, but their accent was not so standard. After all, the demons were intelligent, and their intelligence was not much worse than that of humans. It was just that most of the demons had a different way of thinking from humans. They were more inclined to the direct way of doing things. If there was a disagreement, they would kill. There was no conspiracy to speak of. Qinzong was chased by a super demon. He wanted to escape, but there were several sixth-level demons chasing after him, which posed a great threat to Qinzong. A fifth-level demon appeared in front of him and blocked his way, but it was killed by Qinzong's sword. After a lot of effort, Qinzong collided with the sixth-level super demon again. He only felt that his chi and blood were surging, and there was a pain in his bones, as if they were about to be torn apart. With this attack, Qinzong's figure was forced to retreat into the protective range of the portal. Human, come out. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The sixth-level super demon obviously knew that Qinzong had escaped from its pursuit, but it was very unwilling and murderous. The next time you come, I'll kill you, Qinzong said to the demon, turned around, and strode into the portal. The previous exchange made Qinzong realize that he could not kill the other party now. If he fought here, he would most likely be the one to die in the end. First, he was not strong enough. Second, the environment here was more suitable for demons. However, Qinzong planned to increase his strength after returning to Void Demon Island. Seeing the hateful human disappear in front of its eyes, the super demon fiercely clawed at the protective power, creating layers of ripples. The protective power was very strong. Even the Brigadier General of Void Demon Island could not break through it with a full-force attack. Otherwise, it would have been broken long ago. Through the portal, Chunzong returned to Cloud Gate Peak of White Cloud Mountain in just one breath. White Cloud Mountain and Void Demon Island were very far apart. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse would need a lot of time to fly. Summoning White Cloud, Chunzong quickly left Cloud Gate Peak and flew toward Cloud Treasure Peak. There was a Cloud Treasure Hall on Cloud Treasure Peak. It was the main hall on White Cloud Mountain used for disciples to exchange treasures and contribution points. After entering Cloud Treasure Hall, Chunzong ignored the other disciples and went straight to the counter in front of him. Exchange for contribution points, Chunzong said directly. He took out his disciple token and handed it over. Then, he took out a small number of demonic medicines from his storage ring. The person in charge of the exchange was familiar with the place and quickly calculated the total value of the demonic medicines. Chunzong also took out demon spirit crystals, one after another. In fact, Chunzong didn't know how many demon spirit crystals he had. After all, the situation was very tense at the time, and he was collecting as much as he could. When Chunzong took out dozens of demon spirit crystals, the person in charge of the exchange was shocked. After all, that was a few thousand contribution points. It wasn't easy to get so many in one go. Most disciples of White Cloud Mountain accumulated their contribution points in the tens or hundreds. It was rare to get a few thousand contribution points in one go. They were either very strong, very lucky, or both. When the number of demon spirit crystals exceeded 100, the person in charge of the exchange stared blankly. The other disciples also had looks of shock on their faces as they stared at Chunzong, trying to commit him to memory. Who was he? In the end, Chunzong took out all the demon spirit crystals. There were more than 200 of them, enough to exchange for more than 20,000 contribution points. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It was rare to exchange more than 10,000 contribution points in one go, and it was even rarer to exchange more than 20,000 contribution points. It was very impressive. Chunzong was also very happy. 20,000 contribution points was enough for him to exchange for the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art. After the exchange was completed, the amount of contribution points exceeded his expectations. Among the 200 demon spirit crystals, there were 5 intermediate rank demon spirit crystals worth 5,000 contribution points. Therefore, Chunzong ended up with a total of 26,580 contribution points. With 20,000 contribution points, Chunzong quickly left. He called out White Cloud and returned to Heavenly Peak. After resting for a while, Chunzong began the exchange. Without any hesitation, he exchanged for the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art. His 20,000 contribution points decreased by 20,000 in an instant, leaving him with only 6,000. As for the remaining 6,000, Chunzong planned to keep it for now and slowly accumulate it. After obtaining the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art, Chunzong couldn't wait to comprehend it. The first half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art was composed of 499 moves. The complete White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art was composed of 999 moves. The last move was the essence of the entire sword art. With the nameless sword art that he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace of the ancient battlefield, it became much easier for Chunzong to comprehend the second half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art. Coupled with the fact that he had already cultivated the first half of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art to the trance stage, it only took 2 days for Chunzong to cultivate the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art to the trance stage. In the trance stage, the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art didn't have much of an increase in power, but it was more flexible and flexible when used. It wasn't limited to simple routines, and it consumed less energy. With his current cultivation, he could use it 12 times in a row. However, Chunzong wasn't satisfied. With his current strength, it wasn't enough to kill a rank 6 super demon. He needed to be stronger. While cultivating the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art, he also comprehended the tyrannical sword art that he had named Blue Cloud Shatter. In addition, he didn't neglect the cultivation of the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art. He also took the Cloud Dragon Pill. Time passed slowly, and Chunzong remained in secluded retreat. In fact, every new disciple who had just entered White Cloud Mountain would have a period of rapid progress. So everyone was working hard and spending most of their time on cultivation, trying to improve themselves as much as possible. Chunzong refined the 3 Cloud Dragon pills, and a month later, Chunzong's cultivation broke through again, reaching the late Transcendent Realm 6th layer. Breaking through a minor realm in 1 month was almost impossible in the Floating Clouds territory, even with the help of pills, especially after reaching the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. However, the world Yuan Qi in the upper territory was indeed many times richer and purer than in the lower territory, so the effects of cultivation were much more obvious. While his cultivation improved, Chunzong also cultivated the White Cloud Emptiness Sword Art to the perfection stage, reaching the peak of this sword art. Next, he needed to comprehend sword intent. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.